Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. The late October air hung heavy with moisture as Detective Olivia Mercer pulled her sedan into the gravel driveway of 1426 Willow Street. The house, a Victorian two-story with peeling white paint and black shutters, stood silently against the backdrop of bare trees. Rain had fallen earlier, leaving everything with a slick, reflective quality that caught the weak afternoon light. She switched off the engine, and the sudden absence of sound made the creaking of the porch swing more pronounced. It swayed gently, though there was no breeze. Olivia's notebook felt unusually heavy in her coat pocket as she approached the front door. This was the third call to this address in 2 weeks. The same complaint each time, impossible notes appearing under a locked door. "Ms. Reynolds," she called, knocking firmly on the weathered door. "Detective Mercer here." The door opened with a low, sustained creak. Alina Reynolds stood in the dim entryway, her thin frame wrapped in a cardigan that seemed a size too large. Dark circles framed her eyes, and her fingers fidgeted with a small piece of paper. "You found another one," Olivia stated rather than asked, already knowing the answer. Alina nodded, extending her hand. On the paper, written in shaky, uneven letters, "I've been watching you sleep." The house had a distinct scent: old wood, dust, and something else Olivia couldn't quite place. A sweetness that didn't belong. She followed Alina into the kitchen, where morning light filtered through lace curtains, casting delicate patterns on the wooden table between them. "I've checked every lock, every window." Alina's voice was steady but thin. "I even put tape across the doorframe last night. It wasn't broken this morning, but the note was there, just there on the floor when I woke up." Olivia noted the precision of Alina's words. A former librarian, she had moved to Millfield 3 weeks ago after inheriting the house from her aunt, a woman she had met only twice. A fresh start, Alina had called it during their first meeting. A chance to leave behind a divorce and the small apartment that had begun to feel like a cage. "May I see the others?" Olivia asked, pen poised above her notebook. Alina retrieved a small box from a drawer. Inside, arranged chronologically, were 11 notes, each in the same unsteady handwriting. "Welcome home. I've missed having someone here. Do you hear me in the walls? I'm still here. Look in the attic. You remind me of her. Don't go in the basement. I can smell your perfume. Have you found it yet? The key is in the garden. I've been watching you sleep." "We've dusted for prints twice," Olivia reminded her, though she took photographs of the newest edition anyway. "Nothing except yours and mine." "Someone is getting in," Alina insisted, her fingers tapping a slow rhythm on the tabletop. "There's no other explanation." But there was another explanation, one that Alina Reynolds had rejected during their previous conversations. One that involved either a declining mental state or an elaborate hoax. The chief had already suggested closing the case. Waste of resources, he'd called it yesterday morning, not looking up from his computer. Either she's writing them herself, or it's kids messing with the new lady in town. Yet something about the steady progression of the notes gave Olivia pause, their calculated escalation, the patient build-up of tension. "Ms. Reynolds, did you find anything when you checked the attic?" Olivia asked, remembering the 5th note. "I didn't go up there," Alina admitted, her voice dropping. "I was afraid of what I might find." The attic stairs protested under their weight, releasing small clouds of dust that danced in the beams of their flashlights. The air was noticeably colder here, carrying the scent of mothballs and old paper. Boxes lined the walls, most labeled in neat, faded handwriting, Christmas photo albums, Martha's clothes. "Your aunt?" Olivia asked, gesturing to the last box. Alina nodded. "Martha Reynolds. She lived here for 47 years, alone for most of it." They moved methodically through the space, opening boxes, finding nothing unusual. Old clothes, tax records, photographs of a stern-faced woman standing alone in front of the house in different decades, the only changes being gradual, her hair graying, her posture slightly more stooped in each subsequent image. "Wait," Alina said suddenly, her flashlight beam fixed on a small wooden door set into the slope of the ceiling. "That's not on any of the house plans." The door was secured with a simple hook and eye latch. No lock. Olivia slid the hook free and pulled. The door resisted briefly before surrendering with a sigh of displaced air. Her flashlight revealed a small crawl space, empty except for a metal box in the center. The kind used for cash or important documents. It was unlocked. Inside they found a stack of yellowed papers, letters, all written in the same shaky handwriting as the notes, all addressed to Martha Reynolds. "I see you when you think you're alone. You can't keep me out forever. I remember what you did. The garden holds your secret." The letters span decades, the earliest postmarked 1973, the most recent just 3 months ago, after Martha's death. "These are all from the same person," Olivia said, keeping her voice professionally neutral despite the chill that had settled between her shoulder blades. "Someone named Thomas Crane." "I don't know that name," Alina whispered, her fingers trembling as she sifted through the papers. At the bottom of the box lay a newspaper clipping from 1972. The headline read, "Local man missing, foul play suspected." The grainy photograph showed a young man with sharp features and dark eyes. Thomas Crane, 32, had last been seen leaving the public library where Martha Reynolds worked. Eleanor's voice was barely audible. "You don't think she—" Olivia didn't answer. Instead, she turned her flashlight toward the small window overlooking the backyard. The beam caught the rectangular outline of the garden, its soil recently turned over. "The key is in the garden," Olivia murmured, quoting the 10th note. The following morning, under a search warrant and the watchful eyes of forensic technicians, they uncovered what had lain buried for 53 years. Not a body, as they had expected, but a small metal box containing a single key and a handwritten confession. Martha Reynolds detailed how Thomas Crane had stalked her for months before breaking into her home one night, how she had defended herself with a garden shovel, how she had buried his body in the foundation of the garden shed during its construction. The key unlocked a hidden compartment in the library's old card catalog system, where she had hidden Crane's identification and wallet. As Olivia closed the file 2 weeks later, the final piece fell into place. The medical examiner had confirmed that the body under the shed matched the period and expected characteristics of Thomas Crane. The handwriting analysis had proven conclusively that Martha Reynolds had written the confession. But it was the second analysis that left Olivia staring at her ceiling late at night, listening to the sounds of her own house settling. The notes slipped under Alina's door had not been written by Martha Reynolds. They had been written by Thomas Crane. And when Alina Reynolds moved out the following week, leaving the old house empty once more, the notes didn't stop. The new tenants found their first message the morning after moving in. "Welcome home, I'm still here." Story 2. The autumn rain fell in gentle waves against the pavement of Ashford Street, each droplet catching the amber glow of streetlights that lined the downtown district. It was nearly midnight when Michael Donovan stepped out from the warmth of the corner bistro, the soft chatter and clink of glasses fading behind him as the door swung closed. He tugged his collar up against the light drizzle, his breath forming small clouds in the cool October air. A black sedan pulled smoothly to the curb ahead of him. Michael glanced down at his phone, confirming the arrival notification from his rideshare app, then carefully approached the vehicle. The windshield wipers moved in a hypnotic rhythm as he leaned down to check the license plate THX 4729, matching it against the information on his screen before opening the rear passenger door. "Michael," the driver asked, his voice carrying a slight accent that Michael couldn't quite place. The interior of the car smelled of pine air freshener and leather upholstery, meticulously clean without a hint of the dozens of passengers who had likely occupied that same seat earlier in the day. "That's me," Michael confirmed, settling into the seat and closing the door with a soft thud that sealed him into the quiet cocoon of the car's interior. The rain created a gentle percussion against the roof as the sedan pulled away from the curb. "Long night?" the driver asked conversationally, adjusting the rearview mirror. His eyes briefly met Michael's in the reflection-dark eyes beneath heavy brows. "Just dinner with colleagues," Michael replied, watching the familiar storefronts of downtown slide past the rain-streaked window. Nothing too exciting. The driver nodded and fell silent. Michael leaned back against the headrest, feeling the gentle vibration of the car beneath him as they navigated the empty streets. The dashboard clock glowed 11:47 p.m., 15 minutes until he'd be home, in his apartment, in his bed. His eyelids grew heavy as the car's motion lulled him into a state of relaxed semi-awareness. The sedan took a left turn onto Maple Drive, then another onto Westfield Lane, a route that seemed vaguely unfamiliar to Michael, though in his drowsy state he couldn't be certain. The houses here were set farther back from the street, with longer driveways and fewer streetlights. The darkness between the pools of light grew longer, deeper. "Is this the fastest way?" Michael asked, straightening slightly in his seat, a hint of alertness returning to his voice. "Traffic on Main Street," the driver explained simply. "Construction, this is faster." Michael nodded, though he couldn't recall seeing any construction signs downtown. Still, the driver would know better than he would. He relaxed again, watching as unfamiliar neighborhoods passed by his window. After what seemed like more than 15 minutes, the sedan slowed and pulled to a stop. Michael looked out the window, expecting to see the familiar brick facade of his apartment building, but instead found himself facing an unlit residential street lined with oak trees, their branches creating a canopy overhead that blocked what little moonlight penetrated the cloud cover. "This isn't my address," Michael said, a note of confusion in his voice. The driver turned, offering a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. There must be a mistake. Michael frowned, reaching for his phone to check the app. He tapped the screen, navigating to his ride history, but found no record of his current trip. No driver information, no license plate number, no estimated time of arrival. According to the app, Michael had not requested a ride that evening. "There's no record of this ride on my app," Michael said, his voice steady despite the slight increase in his heartbeat. "How did you know my name?" The driver's expression remained impassive. "You confirmed it when you got in." "But you said it first," Michael countered, his fingers hovering over the phone's screen, considering whether to call someone. "Perhaps there's an issue with the app," the driver suggested. "It happens sometimes. You can pay me directly if you prefer." Michael hesitated, glancing out the window again at the unfamiliar street. "Where exactly are we?" "Just off Cedar Avenue," the driver replied smoothly. "Not far from your destination." Cedar Avenue was on the opposite side of town from Michael's apartment. The realization sent a chill through him that had nothing to do with the autumn air seeping through the car's ventilation system. "I'd like to get out here, please," Michael said, his voice firmer now, hand already reaching for the door handle. The driver nodded, unlocking the doors with a soft click. "As you wish." Michael stepped out onto the wet pavement, the drizzle immediately dampening his hair. He closed the door behind him, then turned to take a photo of the license plate, essential evidence for whatever complaint he would file later. But as he raised his phone, the sedan's taillights were already receding into the distance, turning at the end of the block and disappearing from view. Standing alone on the unfamiliar street, Michael called a legitimate ride and waited under the shelter of an oak tree, his mind racing with questions. Who was the driver? How had he known Michael's name? And most troublingly, why had he claimed to be Michael's rideshare driver when no such ride had been booked? Detective Sarah Mercer received the report 3 days later, after 2 similar incidents had been reported in the downtown area. In each case, a passenger had entered a vehicle they believed to be their rideshare, only to be taken to an unfamiliar location. In each case, the app showed no record of the ride, and in each case, the vehicle and driver seemed to vanish without a trace afterward. The victims all have similar profiles, Detective Mercer noted, spreading 3 photographs across her desk. Michael Donovan's face looked back at her alongside 2 others, all professional men in their 30s, all alone late at night, all slightly intoxicated, and they all reported the same vehicle description and similar driver descriptions. Her partner, Detective James Harlow, leaned against the desk, his coffee mug leaving a ring on a stack of reports. "What's the angle here? Nobody was robbed, assaulted, or harmed in any way." "Not yet," Mercer replied, her voice carrying the weight of foreboding. "It feels like reconnaissance, like someone's testing the waters." The investigation progressed slowly over the following weeks. Traffic camera footage captured a black sedan matching the description in the vicinity of the corner bistro on the night of Michael's incident, but the license plate was obscured by what appeared to be mud or perhaps an intentional smudge. The vehicle's registration was traced to a rental company, but the customer information provided turned out to be fabricated. 4 more incidents were reported across the city, each following the same pattern. Passengers entered what they believed was their rideshare, were driven to remote locations, and then left unharmed but confused. In each case, the driver disappeared, and the rideshare app showed no record of the trip. It wasn't until the 7th incident that the pattern changed. Thomas Brewer, a 34-year-old accountant, entered what he believed was his rideshare outside a downtown bar. Unlike the previous victims, Brewer did not return home that night. His wallet and phone were found the following morning on a park bench 5 miles from where he had last been seen. The driver's identity remained a phantom glimpsed only in fragments of security footage, in the vague descriptions provided by victims, in the trail of digital breadcrumbs that led nowhere. The rental car company had security footage of the customer, but the individual had worn a hat and kept their face angled away from cameras, as if familiar with their placement. Detective Mercer found herself returning to the beginning, to Michael Donovan, the first reported victim. "There's something we're missing," she told her partner as they reviewed the case files for the dozenth time. "Why these specific people? Why this elaborate setup for seemingly no payoff?" The answer came from an unexpected source. A traffic officer reviewing citation records noticed that all 7 victims had received parking tickets outside the same obscure legal office in the previous month. The office specialized in corporate whistleblower cases. Further investigation revealed that all 7 victims worked for subsidiaries of the same parent corporation, Meridian Industries, and all had accessed specific servers containing financial information in the weeks before their encounters with the phantom driver. "He's identifying potential whistleblowers," Detective Mercer realized, the pieces finally fitting together. "Taking them for a ride, letting them know they're being watched. It's a warning." Thomas Brewer remained missing as the investigation closed in on a security consultant employed by Meridian Industries, a former intelligence operative with a background in surveillance and intimidation tactics. The consultant had access to the company's financial records, employee data, and even their rideshare accounts through the corporate expense system. When authorities finally tracked down the consultant's residence, they found it empty, cleared of personal belongings. A single business card remained on the kitchen counter, a black card with no name, just a phone number. When Detective Mercer dialed the number, a familiar voice answered, the same accent that Michael Donovan had described, the same measured tone that had asked all the victims, "Long night." "You won't find me," the voice said simply before the line went dead. Thomas Brewer's whereabouts remained unknown, a lingering question mark in an investigation that revealed more about corporate espionage than conventional crime. The phantom driver was never apprehended, though the incident stopped as suddenly as they had begun. Michael Donovan no longer uses rideshare apps. He drives his own car now, checking the backseat before entering, locking the doors immediately after. Sometimes, at stoplights, he finds himself studying the vehicles around him, wondering if the driver of a nearby sedan might be watching him with those same dark eyes beneath heavy brows. And sometimes, when his phone chimes with a notification, he hesitates before checking it, a momentary hitch in his breathing, a flicker of unease that never quite fades. Because somewhere out there, someone knows his name, knows his habits, knows exactly when he'll step out alone into the rain-slicked night. And they might be waiting for him to make that call again. Story 3. The afternoon light filtered through half-drawn blinds, casting long geometric shadows across the hardwood floor of apartment 7. A cup of tea sat untouched on the kitchen counter, a thin film forming on its surface. Detective Morgan Hayes stood in the center of the living room, listening to the quiet hum of the building, not the excited bustle of a crime scene those days had passed. This was now just another unsolved case file being reopened after 3 years of silence. "The Aliner Chen disappearance," he whispered to himself, running his fingers along the edge of a sleek marble countertop. The apartment was just as the listing had described it, modern, spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a sweeping view of the city skyline. By all accounts, it was perfect. Aliner had signed the lease on a Tuesday. By Friday, she had vanished. Morgan moved slowly through the space, breathing in the staleness of long undisturbed air. The property management company had kept the apartment sealed since the investigation began, standard procedure for unexplained disappearances. Now, with the case going cold and rent pressures mounting, they wanted closure. The detective had been assigned one final review before the space would be cleared and placed back on the market. The facts were straightforward yet profoundly disturbing. Alina Chen, 28, software engineer, had moved in on March 17th. She had texted her sister on March 18th, describing her excitement about the new place. Then nothing, no calls, no digital footprint, no credit card usage. Her phone was found on the kitchen counter, fully charged. Her laptop sat open on the desk, the screensaver a slowly rotating galaxy of stars. Her suitcase remained half unpacked in the bedroom. Morgan pulled out his worn leather notebook, flipping to the page where he'd written the transcript of Alina's final text message. "The place is amazing. Better than the photos. So much space. Going to sleep well tonight." But a second message, sent just 4 hours later at 2:13 a.m., had always troubled the investigation. "Something's wrong with the layout. I keep ending up in the same room. Call me when you wake up." Her sister had called at 7:30 a.m. The phone had rung inside the empty apartment. Detective Hayes moved toward the hallway, his footsteps echoing slightly on the hardwood. The apartment had a simple floor plan living room connected to kitchen, a hallway leading to a bathroom and bedroom. Standard, logical. Yet as he stood at the threshold between living room and hallway, a strange sensation crept up his spine. The air felt different here, heavier, almost resistant. Shaking off the feeling, he proceeded down the hallway, tracing the same path he imagined Alina had walked that night. The bathroom door stood slightly ajar. Inside, everything remained untouched, a new toothbrush still in its packaging. A cosmetics bag unzipped but full. Nothing had been used. Moving to the bedroom, Morgan noted the half-empty suitcase, clothes neatly folded inside. The bed was made, the corners tucked with military precision. It hadn't been slept in. Whatever had happened to Alina Chen, it had occurred before she'd completed settling in. The detective returned to the living room, his eyes drawn to the front door. The security system showed no entries or exits after Alina's initial arrival. The windows 30 floors up were sealed and untampered with. The building's security cameras had captured her walking in, pulling a rolling suitcase but never leaving. Morgan sat down on the minimalist sofa, feeling the cool leather against his palms. His gaze wandered to a small notebook on the coffee table, Alina's journal, overlooked in previous searches. He picked it up, carefully turning to the last entry. "The listing was perfect, everything I wanted, but something feels off. When I walk through a doorway, I feel disoriented, like the room I'm entering isn't where it should be. Earlier, I tried to leave to get dinner, but somehow ended up back in the living room 3 times. I must be more tired from the move than I thought. I'll try again in the morning." The detective felt his heartbeat quicken slightly. He stood up, walking deliberately toward the front door. He turned the handle, pulled it open, and stepped through. He found himself standing in the living room. Confusion washed over him. He must have turned around by mistake. Morgan walked more purposefully this time, straight through the front door, eyes fixed forward. Living room again, the same cup of tea on the counter, the same shadows stretching across the floor. A cold sweat broke out across his forehead as he pulled out his phone. No signal. He walked to the window 30 stories above the street and pressed his palm against the cool glass. The city continued its business below, unaware, unreachable. Morgan moved systematically through the apartment, testing each doorway. Bathroom to hallway led back to the living room. Bedroom to hallway led to the living room. Front door to corridor led impossibly to the living room. With each passage, the detective's breathing grew more controlled, more measured, the practiced calm of someone trained to face the unexplainable with logic. He sat down again, opening his notebook to a clean page. If he couldn't leave, he would document. He would solve this as he had solved other cases, with patience, with evidence, with reason. As evening fell, the apartment grew darker. Morgan switched on a lamp, casting a warm glow across the room. He noticed something he hadn't before: a slight irregularity in the wall behind the sofa. Moving closer, he ran his fingers along the surface, feeling a nearly imperceptible seam. Pressing firmly, a hidden panel slid open, revealing a narrow corridor. The passage was dark, the air within noticeably cooler. Morgan hesitated only briefly before stepping inside, using his phone's flashlight to illuminate the way. The corridor extended perhaps 20 feet before opening into a small room, a room that contained nothing but a desk, a chair, and dozens of monitors showing different angles of the apartment he'd just left. On the desk sat a leather-bound ledger. Morgan opened it carefully, revealing page after page of neat handwriting. Names, dates, observations. He flipped through until finding an entry from 3 years prior. Subject: Alina Chen. Duration: 47 hours. Outcome: failure. Subject became aware of spatial inconsistencies too quickly. Attempted escape through southeast window. Renewal procedure initiated. A chill ran down Morgan's spine as he continued reading, finding his own name on the final page. Subject: Detective Morgan Hayes. Duration: ongoing. Preliminary observations promising. Subject demonstrates methodical approach, testing spatial awareness parameters now. The detective's hand froze on the page as he heard a soft click behind him. He turned slowly, watching as the passage through which he'd entered sealed itself seamlessly into the wall. In the apartment that now had no exit, the cup of tea on the counter remained untouched, waiting for its next visitor, while somewhere deep within the walls, Alina Chen's voice echoed faintly, a warning that came too late for Detective Hayes, whose own voice would soon join the chorus of those who had discovered the apartment's terrible secret. Behind the hidden observation room, in a space that existed somewhere between floors of the high-rise, a figure made a note in the ledger and prepared for the next listing to go live. After all, the apartment was perfect, modern, spacious, with a view of the city that no one ever left to see again. Story 4. The late afternoon light filtered through the windows of the corner cafe, casting long shadows across the polished wooden tables. Outside, autumn leaves drifted lazily to the ground, their gentle descent accompanied by the soft hum of distant traffic. It was that peculiar time of day when the world seemed to pause, not quite evening, but no longer afternoon. Amelia Carter sat alone at her usual table, the one tucked away in the corner, partially hidden by a large potted fern. The ceramic mug between her hands had long since cooled, but she continued to cradle it as she scrolled through her phone. Her reflection in the window showed a woman in her early 30s, dark hair pulled back in a neat ponytail, her expression serene and untroubled. The cafe was quiet that Tuesday, with only a handful of other patrons scattered throughout the space. The barista moved unhurriedly behind the counter, the gentle clink of porcelain cups providing a soothing backdrop to the stillness. When he approached her table, Amelia didn't immediately look up. It wasn't until his shadow fell across her screen that she raised her eyes. He was impeccably dressed in a charcoal gray suit that seemed too formal for a neighborhood coffee shop. His smile was pleasant, unremarkable. "Mind if I sit here?" His voice was soft, with a cadence that seemed vaguely familiar, though Amelia couldn't place it. "All the other tables are taken." This wasn't true. There were at least 3 empty tables nearby, but before Amelia could point this out, he had already pulled out the chair across from her and settled into it with practiced ease. "I hope I'm not interrupting," he continued, placing a leather portfolio on a table between them. "You seemed lost in thought." Amelia smiled politely, the kind of smile reserved for brief encounters with strangers that would soon be forgotten. "Not at all. I was just about to leave, actually. Heading back to Westlake Apartments, Unit 312, if I remember correctly." The words hung in the air between them. Amelia's fingers tightened around her mug, her knuckles whitening almost imperceptibly. She hadn't mentioned where she lived to anyone in the cafe. She'd only moved in 3 weeks ago. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice steady despite the sudden quickening of her pulse. "Do I know you?" His smile remained unchanged, but something in his eyes shifted, a flicker of something cold that disappeared so quickly Amelia wasn't sure she'd seen it at all. "No," he replied, "but I know you, Amelia. I know that you have a cat named Fitzgerald who you adopted from the shelter on Pine Street last year. I know that you call your mother every Sunday at exactly 7 o'clock, and that you've been considering switching jobs because your current supervisor, Michael, takes credit for your work." With each detail spoken softly and without inflection, the background noise of the cafe seemed to fade away until all Amelia could hear was the sound of her own breathing and the steady, measured voice of the stranger across from her. "Who are you?" The question came out as barely more than a whisper. The man leaned forward slightly, his movements deliberate and unhurried. "That's not important right now. What's important is that you understand something." He opened the portfolio and removed a single photograph, sliding it across the table with one finger. It was a picture of Amelia standing on her balcony the previous evening, reading a book. The angle suggested it had been taken from the park across the street. "You should be more careful, Amelia," he whispered, his voice now taking on a gentle quality that somehow made his words more disturbing. "You never know who might be watching." Detective Sarah Linwood studied the photograph under the harsh fluorescent lights of the precinct. The quality was good, too good for a casual snapshot. Whoever had taken it had used professional equipment. "And he just left after giving you this?" she asked, looking up at the woman seated across from her desk. Amelia nodded, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. "He said he had an appointment to keep and that he'd be seeing me again soon. Then he just walked out." Sarah made another note in her already crowded notebook. This was the 3rd such report in the past 2 months. Different women, different coffee shops, but the same unsettling encounter, a stranger who knew too much, who left behind a single photograph as evidence of his surveillance, who promised to return. "Did he give you a name, anything we could use to identify him?" "No," Amelia replied, "but he knew things about me that aren't online, about conversations I've had in private, about decisions I've been considering but haven't shared with anyone." The detective nodded slowly, her expression carefully neutral. She'd heard the same from the other women. It wasn't just public information that the stranger had accessed, it was personal details, private moments, secrets shared only with close friends or family. "We'll have officers drive by your apartment periodically," Sarah said, closing her notebook, "and I'd recommend staying with someone for a few days if possible." "Do you think he's dangerous?" Amelia's voice remained steady, but her eyes betrayed her fear. Sarah considered her response carefully. We don't know yet. So far, he hasn't made any overtly threatening moves, but this level of surveillance. She let the sentence trail off, unwilling to add to Amelia's anxiety. The security footage from the corner cafe revealed little. The man's face was never clearly visible to the cameras, as if he knew exactly where they were positioned and how to avoid them. He moved with the confidence of someone who had rehearsed his actions, his path through the cafe deliberate and efficient. 2 days later, another woman came forward with an identical story. Same approach, same unsettling revelation of personal information, same carefully composed photograph left behind as a calling card. The only difference was the final message. You remind me of her. She wasn't careful either. Detective Linwood pinned the new photograph to the incident board alongside the others. 5 women now, all between the ages of 30 and 35, all with similar physical appearances, dark hair, slender build, lives organized around predictable routines. He's selecting them deliberately. Her partner, Detective James Morales, observed from the doorway. The resemblance is too strong to be coincidental. Sarah nodded, stepping back to view the board in its entirety. The question is, who do they remind him of, and what happened to her? The answer came 3 days later, buried in a 15-year-old cold case file from a neighboring county. Rebecca Winters, 32, found strangled in her apartment after weeks of reporting a stalker to local police. The case had never been solved, the stalker never identified. Rebecca's photograph, paperclipped to the inside of the folder, showed a woman with dark hair and eyes that seemed to look directly at the camera with an expression of quiet determination. The resemblance to the current victims was unmistakable. He's recreating something, Sarah murmured, spreading the old case notes across her desk. But is he the original stalker, or someone connected to Rebecca, a relative perhaps, or someone who thinks he's avenging her? James finished, scanning through the witness statements from the original investigation. Their breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Amelia Carter, unable to sleep and unwilling to leave her new apartment after just settling in, had begun researching on her own. She found an obituary for Rebecca Winters that mentioned a younger brother, Alexander, who had been devastated by her death. Further digging revealed that Alexander had been institutionalized shortly after the murder, having suffered a psychological break. He was released 6 months ago, Amelia told Detective Linwood over the phone, her voice tense with the excitement of discovery. And guess what? He became a licensed private investigator while in treatment. It was part of his therapy learning investigative techniques to channel his obsession with his sister's case. The pieces fell into place with chilling clarity. Alexander Winters, trained in surveillance and investigation, released into a world that had failed to bring his sister's killer to justice. A man who now saw his sister in every dark-haired woman who lived alone, who followed routines, who trusted too easily. They found him in an efficiency apartment across from the park that faced Amelia's building. The walls were covered with photographs, hundreds of them, documenting the movements of all 5 women over weeks. Notebooks filled with detailed observations lined the shelves, each labeled with a woman's name and the dates of surveillance. And in the center of it all, a shrine to Rebecca, her photographs surrounded by newspaper clippings about her murder, the police reports he had somehow obtained, and a single sheet of paper with a name written over and over: Martin Gregory. Martin Gregory had been briefly questioned during the original investigation into Rebecca's murder. A colleague who had asked her out repeatedly, becoming increasingly insistent until she had finally reported him to HR a week before her death. He had an alibi for the night of the murder dinner with friends at a restaurant across town and had been quickly eliminated as a suspect. But Alexander had remained convinced, his certainty hardening into obsession during his years of institutionalization. Now he was recreating his sister's experience, demonstrating to these similar-looking women how vulnerable they were, how easily they could meet the same fate. When they arrested him, he came quietly, his expression serene, almost relieved. "I had to show them," he explained calmly to Detective Linwood as she led him to the waiting police car. "I had to make them understand how easy it is to become a victim. Rebecca never believed she was in danger until it was too late." In his apartment, they found one more piece of evidence, a recent photograph of Martin Gregory, now a partner at a prestigious law firm, standing outside his suburban home. On the back, written in precise handwriting, "Next week, justice for Rebecca." Alexander Winters was charged with stalking, breaking and entering, and conspiracy to commit murder. Martin Gregory was placed under police protection while detectives revisited the evidence in Rebecca's case, looking at it through the lens of Alexander's obsession, searching for anything they might have missed. 3 months later, forensic reanalysis of fibers found at the scene of Rebecca's murder revealed a partial DNA match that had been too degraded to process with the technology available at the time of her death. The new results excluded Martin Gregory, pointing instead to a maintenance worker who had access to Rebecca's, building a man who had since died in a car accident 5 years after her murder. In the end, Alexander Winters was found not guilty by reason of insanity and returned to institutional care. The 5 women he had stalked attempted to rebuild their sense of security, some moving to new apartments, others installing elaborate security systems. Amelia Carter joined a support group for stalking victims, eventually becoming an advocate for stronger anti-stalking legislation. And in a small office at the police station, Detective Sarah Linwood added Rebecca Winters' photograph to the board of solved cases, finally able to close a file that had remained open for 15 years. The stranger who knew too much had sought justice for his sister through fear, believing he could protect these women by terrifying them. In his broken understanding of the world, he had become the very thing he hated: someone who took away a woman's sense of safety, someone who turned the ordinary rhythm of daily life into a source of constant anxiety. As autumn turned to winter and the leaves that had fallen so gently outside the corner cafe were covered with the first snow of the season, Amelia sometimes found herself looking out her window at the park across the street, wondering if she was still being watched. The rational part of her mind knew that Alexander was gone, that his apartment stood empty, that the danger had passed. But knowledge does not always translate to feeling, and sometimes, when the light hit the trees just so, casting long shadows across the snow-covered ground, she would draw her curtains closed and sit in the artificial light of her apartment, remembering the day a stranger had known her secrets. Story 5. The evening sun cast long shadows through the dusty windows of 1478 Sycamore Lane. Real estate agent Marlene Evans stood in the hallway, her footsteps echoing against hardwood floors that had once gleamed with polish but now lay forgotten beneath a thin layer of neglect. The colonial-style house with its 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and spacious backyard should have sold within weeks. Instead, it had languished on the market for 3 years, 4 months, and 17 days. Marlene's fingers traced the ornate frame of an antique mirror hanging in the hallway, a mirror she didn't remember seeing during her previous visit. The glass surface was marred by a distinct pattern of fingerprints, as if someone had pressed their hands against it with deliberate intent. She leaned closer, her own reflection blurring as she examined the marks. They appeared fresh. "Hello," she called out, her voice absorbed by the heavy silence of the house. No answer came, just the subtle creak of settling wood and the distant hum of traffic beyond the property's boundaries. Marlene had inherited the listing from another agent who had left the firm without explanation. The property file was unusually thick with documentation, 14 scheduled viewings over the past year alone, all ending with potential buyers walking away without making offers. No one ever cited specific concerns about the property itself. They simply declined. The last viewing had occurred 3 days ago. A young doctor and his wife had seemed enthusiastic throughout the tour, asking questions about the original woodwork and discussing where their furniture would fit. Then the wife had wandered off alone to see the upstairs bedrooms. When she returned, her face had been drained of color. They left abruptly, the husband mumbling something about needing to think about it. When Marlene called to follow up the next day, they refused to discuss the house. The wife had only said, "They told me not to," before hanging up. Detective Simon Reeves sat at his desk in the precinct, the evening shift drawing to a close as he reviewed the case that had landed on his desk that morning. Marlene Evans had filed a report about suspicious circumstances at a property she was trying to sell. Normally, such a report would be dismissed as paranoia or ignored entirely. But 3 other reports had been filed about the same address over the past 2 years, each from different agents representing the same property. Simon sipped his lukewarm coffee, sorting through yellowed newspaper clippings he'd pulled from the archives. The house on Sycamore Lane had been built in 1927 by Franklin and Alina Miller, a wealthy couple with connections to the local banking industry. Their daughter, Catherine, had disappeared from the property in 1952 at the age of 17. Her case had never been solved. The house had changed hands several times after the Millers sold it in 1953. Nothing unusual appeared in the records until 1978, when another teenage girl, this one, the daughter of the homeowners, reported hearing voices coming from inside the walls. Psychiatric evaluation had dismissed her claims as typical adolescent attention-seeking behavior. The family moved out 6 months later. Between 1980 and 2010, the house had 7 different owners, none staying longer than 4 years. The property records showed no major incidents, just a pattern of families moving in with enthusiasm and departing with unusual haste, often selling below market value. Simon closed the file and reached for his jacket. It was past 9, and protocol dictated that he wait until morning to visit the property. But something about the pattern of reports tugged at his professional curiosity. He decided to drive by just a casual pass to get a feel for the place before investigating further tomorrow. The house sat dark against the night sky, its colonial silhouette a black cutout against deep blue. Simon parked across the street, engine off, observing. Most of the neighboring homes showed signs of life, warm lights in windows, the blue flicker of television screens. But 1478 Sycamore Lane remained completely dark, as if rejecting the very idea of habitation. As he watched, a light flickered on in an upstairs window, then off again. Simon checked the property report. The utilities had been turned off except for minimal electricity in common areas for showings. No one should be inside. The next morning, Marlene met Simon at the property, unlocking the front door with a set of keys that felt unusually cold in her hand. "The fingerprints were on this mirror," she explained, gesturing to the hallway. "I'm certain it wasn't here during my previous showing." Simon examined the mirror carefully. The glass surface was now completely clean, without a single fingerprint or smudge. He ran his hand along the ornate frame, noting its age and craftsmanship. "How long has this house been empty?" he asked, his voice measured and calm. "The last owners moved out 3 years ago," Marlene replied. "They divorced shortly after buying it. Neither wanted to keep it in the settlement." Simon moved methodically through the house, noting details in a small notebook. The property was in good condition, with no signs of vandalism or unauthorized entry. The only unusual element was a persistent coldness in certain areas, patches of air that seemed to resist the warming influence of the morning sun streaming through the windows. In the master bedroom, Simon paused before a closet door. "Has this always been here?" Marlene frowned. "Yes, that's the walk-in closet. It's one of the selling points of the master suite." Simon opened the door slowly. Instead of a closet, a narrow staircase led upward into darkness. The air that flowed down from the opening carried the scent of old paper and something else, a faint metallic odor. "This isn't on the property plans," he said quietly, removing a flashlight from his pocket. "Stay here." The stairs led to a small room in what should have been unfinished attic space. The room was furnished with a simple iron bed, a writing desk, and bookshelves filled with leather-bound journals. A vanity table stood near the window, its mirror covered with a dark cloth. Simon approached the desk cautiously. A journal lay open, the handwriting precise and delicate. The entry was dated April 17, 1952, 1 week before Catherine Miller's disappearance. "Father says I must stop refusing the doctor's visits. Mother agrees. They don't understand that he looks at me with horrible intentions. I've told them what happens when they leave us alone, but they say I'm being dramatic. Yesterday, Father said if I continue to resist, they'll send me away. I cannot leave this house. This is where I belong. This is where I'll always remain." Simon flipped through the journal, finding the final entry dated April 24, 1952. "Tonight is the end. I've taken what I need from Mother's medicine cabinet. I won't be sent away. They'll search for me, but they'll never find me. I've found the perfect place, the space between the walls where the house breathes. I'll become part of it, and it will become part of me. We will choose who stays and who goes. This house is mine now." As Simon closed the journal, the temperature in the room dropped dramatically. The cloth covering the vanity mirror fell away, revealing a glass surface identical to the one downstairs. In its reflection, Simon could see not himself, but a young woman with pale features and dark, hollow eyes standing directly behind him. When he turned, there was no one there. The investigation into the house on Sycamore Lane never officially closed. County records were updated to include mentions of a hidden room and the journals found within. The property was temporarily removed from the market pending further investigation. Forensic teams found traces of human remains inside the walls surrounding the hidden room, fragments of bone and degraded organic material that DNA testing confirmed belonged to Catherine Miller. The cause of death remained undetermined. What remained unexplained were the 14 sets of fingerprints found throughout the house, none matching Catherine's, none matching any database, and all appearing in places that had been thoroughly cleaned just hours before. The house at 1478 Sycamore Lane still stands today, its windows dark, its rooms empty. Every few months, a new "for sale" sign appears in the front yard, only to be removed weeks later. Local real estate agents have developed an unspoken rule about the property. They show it, but they never recommend it. And sometimes, passers-by report seeing a light moving from room to room late at night, as if someone is searching for something or someone that refuses to be found. But by morning, the house is always dark again, patient and waiting for its next visitor, the next potential owner who might be persuaded to stay. Permanently. Story 6. The envelope rested innocently among the bills and advertisements in Elaine Mercer's mailbox, its creamy paper a stark contrast to the glossy flyers surrounding it. No stamp adorned its corner, no address marked its face, just her name written in a precise, deliberate hand that flowed across the paper like dark water. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across her porch as she stood there, the cool October breeze gently rustling the fallen leaves around her feet. Inside her warm kitchen, with its faded yellow walls and the ever-present scent of cinnamon, Elaine placed the envelope on her wooden table. The clock above her refrigerator ticked steadily, marking each passing second with quiet persistence. Her fingers, slightly trembling, broke the seal. The paper inside was the same cream color as the envelope, thick and expensive, with a single line of text in that same meticulous handwriting. "I know what you did." 5 words, simple, direct, and utterly bewildering. Elaine read them again, then a third time, the confusion settling around her like a heavy fog. The sound of her neighbor's dog barking outside barely registered as she turned the paper over, searching for more, a signature, a demand, an explanation, but there was nothing. Detective Marcus Reed sat at his desk in the Oakwood Police Department, the letter now sealed in a clear evidence bag before him. His office was small but orderly, the walls adorned with framed certificates and a single photograph of his daughter's graduation. The overhead fluorescent light hummed softly, casting a sterile glow over everything it touched. "And you have no idea who might have sent this?" His voice was calm, measured, with the slight raspiness that came from years of asking difficult questions. His eyes, the deep brown of strong coffee, studied Elaine's face carefully. "None," she replied, her hands folded tightly in her lap. "I've lived in that house for 15 years. I know all my neighbors. I can't imagine any of them." Her voice trailed off, leaving the thought unfinished in the quiet room. Reed nodded slowly, making a brief note in his small leather-bound notebook. The scratch of his pen against paper was oddly comforting in its ordinariness. "And there's nothing you can think of that someone might be referring to? No incidents, no conflicts?" Elaine shook her head, the movement barely perceptible. "My life is unremarkably normal, detective. I teach 4th grade. I volunteer at the community garden on weekends. The most dramatic thing I've done recently is change my hair color." The following morning, Reed began his quiet investigation. The letter offered no fingerprints besides Elaine's, no DNA under the sealed flap, no identifying characteristics beyond the distinctive handwriting. He moved methodically through Elaine's neighborhood, a collection of modest homes on tree-lined streets where everyone claimed to know everyone else, yet secrets still found ways to hide. Mrs. Abernathy, with her collection of wind chimes that sang softly from her porch, had seen nothing unusual. The Hendersons, always walking their aging retriever at precisely 7:30 each morning, offered only pleasant small talk and curious glances. It wasn't until Reed reached the small blue house at the end of the street that something shifted in the fabric of the case. Michael Donovan lived alone, had for years, his gray hair always slightly unkempt, his cardigan buttoned incorrectly more often than not. He invited Reed in with the eager hospitality of someone who rarely had visitors. His living room smelled of old books and black tea. "A letter, you say?" Donovan's eyes, magnified behind thick glasses, blinked rapidly. "With no sender, how peculiar." His fingers, knotted with arthritis, tapped rhythmically against his knee. Did you notice anyone unusual around Miss Mercer's house recently? Anyone who seemed out of place? Reed asked, his notebook open but his pen still. Donovan's tapping stopped. A small clock on the mantel chimed once, marking the half hour. Not around her house, no, but there was a man at the post office a few weeks back, asking about addresses, said he was new to town. Reed leaned forward slightly. Can you describe him? Tall, well-dressed, very precise in his speech. Had this way of writing, Donovan demonstrated with his finger in the air, very deliberate, each letter perfectly formed. He paused, his brow furrowing. Come to think of it, he mentioned having been here before, said he had unfinished business. The detective felt the subtle shift that sometimes came in an investigation, the moment when disconnected pieces began to form a pattern. Did you get his name? Lawrence, I believe, Lawrence Harmon, though that's odd. Donovan's voice trailed off, his eyes focusing on something distant. What's odd, Mr. Donovan? Lawrence Harmon used to live here about 20 years ago, but he died last month. Heart attack, according to the obituary in the county paper. I remember because I attended his funeral. Small affair, hardly anyone there. Reed felt the temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. Are you certain it was the same man? As certain as these old eyes can be, but that can't be right, can it? Dead men don't write letters. Back in his office, with the afternoon light slanting through the blinds, creating bars of shadow across his desk, Reed searched through old records. Lawrence Harmon had indeed lived in Oakwood from 1999 to 2003, before moving to Indianapolis. His death notice was brief, with no surviving family mentioned. As Reed dug deeper, a connection emerged like a figure slowly stepping out of fog. Harmon had been a substitute teacher at Oakwood Elementary, the same year Elaine Mercer had begun her teaching career. When Reed returned to Elaine's house that evening, the street lamps were just coming on, creating pools of golden light in the gathering darkness. She invited him in, her movements more tentative than before, as if her home had become slightly unfamiliar to her. Does the name Lawrence Harmon mean anything to you? Reed asked, watching her face carefully. The change was subtle, a slight widening of the eyes, a momentary stillness but unmistakable. He was a colleague, briefly, many years ago. Just a colleague, Reed's question hung in the air between them. Elaine's gaze dropped to her hands. There was an incident. A student made an accusation against him, inappropriate behavior. I was the one who reported it. Her voice had become very quiet, nearly a whisper. The investigation found nothing conclusive, but he left town shortly after. His reputation was ruined. And you never heard from him again? Never, she looked up then, her eyes meeting Reed's. Until now, apparently, but that's impossible. You said he's dead. According to all records, yes, he died 4 weeks ago. The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken questions. Outside, the wind had picked up, sending leaves scraping across the sidewalk in a hushed whisper. Could someone be, I don't know, acting on his behalf? Elaine asked finally. It's possible, Reed acknowledged. Did Harmon have family, close friends? Not that I knew of. He was solitary, kept to himself. She hesitated. There was one thing, though. He always claimed he was innocent. Said someday the truth would come out. 3 days later, a second letter appeared in Elaine's mailbox. Same cream-colored paper, same precise handwriting. Reed opened it carefully, wearing latex gloves that crackled softly in the quiet of Elaine's kitchen. The boy recanted, "I was innocent, you knew." Reed looked up at Elaine, whose face had gone pale. Is this true? Did the student recant his accusation? Her lips pressed together into a thin line before she spoke. Yes, a month after Lawrence left town, the boy admitted he had made it up because he was failing Lawrence's class, but by then, she didn't finish the sentence. By then, the damage was done, Reed completed for her. Did you try to contact Harmon to tell him? She shook her head slowly. I was young, just starting my career. I was afraid of the scandal of being associated with a mistake that big, so I said nothing, did nothing. The wind outside had grown stronger, rattling the windows slightly. The kitchen light flickered once, briefly casting the room into shadow before returning. But how is this possible? Elaine asked, her voice barely audible above the wind. How can a dead man be sending me letters? Reed had no answer that made sense in the logical world he preferred to inhabit. Yet the evidence before him, the handwriting confirmed by both Donovan and now Elaine as belonging to Harmon, the intimate knowledge of a decades-old incident pushed against the boundaries of that world. A week passed with no further letters, then another. The case remained open but inactive, a question mark in Reed's otherwise orderly files. He had interviewed everyone in Elaine's neighborhood, checked security cameras, finding none that covered her mailbox, and even visited Harmon's grave in Indianapolis, a simple marker in a quiet corner of a large cemetery. Then 1 month to the day after the first letter arrived, Elaine called Reed in a panic. Her voice trembled over the phone. "There's someone in my house," she whispered. "I can hear footsteps upstairs." Reed arrived with backup, the patrol car's lights silent as they pulled up to Elaine's darkened house. The front door stood ajar, a rectangle of deeper darkness against the night. Inside, everything was still, too still. They found Elaine in her kitchen, seated at the table, her face ashen but composed. Before her lay a third letter, the envelope open, the cream-colored paper exposed. "He was here," she said simply. "I felt him pass by me like a cold breeze, then this appeared on the table." Reed read the letter, the final communication from a man who, by all official accounts, no longer existed in this world. "I forgive you, may you forgive yourself." No further letters ever arrived at Elaine Mercer's house. Lawrence Harmon's death certificate remained on file, his grave undisturbed in that Indianapolis cemetery. Detective Reed filed his report with all the facts he could verify, leaving unexplained the elements that defied explanation. Some cases he had learned over his years of service remain partially unsolved, not for lack of effort or evidence, but because they extend into realms where conventional investigation cannot follow. In the quiet moments of early morning, when the line between reality and possibility seems thinnest, Reed sometimes wonders about the letters, about justice that arrives from beyond conventional boundaries, and about forgiveness that finds its way home even after death. And in her classroom, Elaine Mercer teaches with a renewed dedication, a quiet passion that her students respond to without understanding its source. On her desk sits a small, framed quote, written in her own hand, but inspired by words that found her from an impossible sender. Truth seeks its witnesses. Forgiveness finds its way. Story 7, she had dropped her son off at school that morning, but when she picked him up, something felt wrong. He looked the same, sounded the same. But when she asked him about his favorite book, he looked at her like she was a stranger. "I don't remember that." In the small town of Millfield, where autumn leaves gathered in golden piles along sidewalks and street lamps cast long shadows by 4 o'clock, Sarah Bennett's life changed in the span of 7 words. The air that afternoon had been crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke and impending rain, the kind of weather that makes mothers button coats a little tighter around their children's necks. Sarah, 34, had been a fixture at Oak Ridge Elementary's pickup line for 3 years. The teachers knew her by name. The crossing guard would wave as she pulled up in her blue sedan. On October 12th, she stood where she always stood, watching the double doors for her son Ethan's familiar gait, the slight skip in his step, the backpack that always seemed too large for his 7-year-old frame. Detective Marcus Reed would later review the school's security footage dozens of times. In it, Sarah stands with her hands in her coat pockets, breath visible in the cooling air. Children stream out. Her posture changes, a slight straightening of the spine, a lifting of the chin when she spots Ethan. They embrace, a daily ritual. Everything appears normal. The footage doesn't show us what happened in the car, Reed would tell his partner 3 days later, rubbing his tired eyes in the precinct's dimly lit conference room. Whatever she noticed, whatever triggered her concern, it happened during that 15-minute drive home. What Sarah noticed first was silence. Ethan was typically a chatterbox after school, eager to share stories about recess adventures or classroom achievements. That day, he stared out the window, responding to her questions with single words, his voice somehow flatter than usual. "Did you have a good day?" she had asked, glancing at him in the rearview mirror. "Yes," he replied, not meeting her eyes. "Did Mrs. Henderson like your science project?" "I guess." At a red light, Sarah turned to look at him directly, noticing something subtly different about the way he held himself. Was he sitting straighter than usual, his hands folded in his lap instead of fidgeting with his backpack zipper? "Hey, did you want to read more of the Wilderness Chronicles tonight? We left off at the Cave Discovery," she said, referencing the fantasy series they had been reading together for months, the books he carried everywhere, even to family dinners. The boy looked at her with a blank expression, his head tilting slightly. "I don't remember that." The light turned green. Sarah drove home mechanically, her knuckles white against the steering wheel. In their kitchen, with afternoon light filtering through lace curtains and casting honeycomb patterns on the tile floor, she asked more questions about his favorite stuffed animal, about the name of their cat who had died last spring, about the secret handshake they had invented on his birthday. Each answer was wrong or absent entirely. "Who are you?" she finally whispered, the clock on the wall ticking with painful precision in the silence that followed. The boy who looked like Ethan blinked twice, his expression remaining neutral. "I'm Ethan," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. At 5:17 p.m., Sarah called the police. Officer Tanya Williams arrived 20 minutes later, finding Sarah sitting at the kitchen table, her hands cupped around a mug of untouched tea, while the boy played quietly in the living room with toys he seemed unfamiliar with. "I know how this sounds," Sarah said, her voice low and steady despite the circumstances. "I know you think I'm crazy, but that is not my son." Williams, a 14-year veteran with 2 children of her own, should have dismissed the claim immediately. Instead, something in Sarah's certainty gave her pause. She spent 30 minutes with the boy, asking him casual questions about school, friends, and family. Later in her official report, she noted, "Subject displays accurate general knowledge but seems to lack specific personal memories. Demeanor is calm but unusually detached for a child his age." By nightfall, Detective Reed had been assigned to what was initially classified as a potential child endangerment case. By midnight, after speaking with Ethan's teacher and the school principal, the classification changed to possible child substitution, an extraordinarily rare category of crime. Mrs. Henderson confirms the boy in your home answered to Ethan's name all day, Reed told Sarah as they sat in her living room, the child finally asleep upstairs. She didn't notice anything unusual during class, but she did mention he stayed inside during recess, claiming he didn't feel well. "That's not like Ethan," Sarah said. "He lives for recess." The detective nodded, making a note in a leather-bound notebook with pages that whispered with each turn. There was a 20-minute period when the playground monitor stepped inside to help another child. The security cameras don't cover the far side of the playground near the fence line. In the days that followed, a methodical search began for the real Ethan Bennett. Officers canvassed the neighborhood. School records were examined. The boy in Sarah's home underwent medical and psychological evaluation, revealing no obvious signs of trauma or illness. DNA testing was ordered, though results would take weeks to process. What emerged instead were whispers. Other parents reported subtle changes in their children's behavior following playdates with Ethan in recent months. A tendency to stare, an unusual stillness, questions about family routines and security systems, phrased in ways that seemed oddly adult. On the fourth day, while searching Ethan's bedroom, Detective Reed discovered a small notebook hidden inside a hollowed-out children's encyclopedia. Inside were pages of meticulous drawings, floor plans of the Bennett home, the school, and 4 other houses in the neighborhood. The handwriting was not that of a 7-year-old. "We're not dealing with a missing child case," Reed told his superior that evening, his voice echoing in the nearly empty station. "This is something else entirely." The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Mrs. Eliza Carter, an 83-year-old woman who lived across from the school, had been watching from her window on the day in question. Unable to sleep, she had taken to observing the comings and goings of the neighborhood, noting details others missed. "There was a man," she told Detective Reed as they sat in her parlor, the ticking of a grandfather clock marking each second. "Ordinary looking, standing by the fence during recess. I wouldn't have noticed him except he was wearing a summer jacket on a cold day, and he was watching one boy in particular." The police sketch that resulted from Mrs. Carter's description was distributed throughout the region. 3 days later, an officer recognized the face Walter Simmons, 42, with a history of identity theft and fraud, but no prior offenses involving children. When police arrived at Simmons' apartment, they found an elaborate setup of surveillance equipment and identity documents, but no sign of the real Ethan. What they did find were photographs of 5 different children, including Ethan, along with detailed notes about their daily routines, preferences, and family dynamics. "He was studying them," Reed explained to Sarah later, his voice gentle in the heavy silence of her living room. "Learning how to replicate them. We believe he's working with others. The children may have been selected for specific reasons we haven't yet determined." The boy who wasn't Ethan was taken into protective custody, his true identity unknown. Psychologists who interviewed him described a child who seemed to have been trained to impersonate others, displaying remarkable adaptability but limited emotional connection. 3 weeks into the investigation, as autumn deepened toward winter and hope began to wane, Sarah's phone rang at 2:17 a.m. "We found something," Detective Reed said. "We need you to come to the station." In a small interview room with walls the color of dried cement, Sarah watched footage from a security camera located at a gas station 70 miles north of Millfield. The timestamp showed 3:42 p.m. on the day Ethan disappeared. A man matching Simmons' description held the hand of a small boy as they walked toward a restroom. The child's face wasn't visible, but the distinctive scuff mark on his right shoe, a result of Ethan dragging his foot when excited, was unmistakable. "We have officers heading there now," Reed said. "Every department in 3 states is looking for them." As dawn broke, casting long shadows across Millfield's quiet streets, the investigation continued to expand, revealing an operation more extensive than anyone had initially imagined. The question of why these particular children had been targeted remained unanswered. What was clear was that someone had gone to extraordinary lengths to infiltrate these families, placing imposters in their homes while the real children were taken elsewhere. For Sarah Bennett, standing at her kitchen window watching the morning light illuminate the playground visible in the distance, the most haunting question remained. How many other mothers were living with children who weren't really theirs? And how many, unlike her, hadn't noticed the subtle differences that betrayed the deception? Somewhere, she hoped, the real Ethan was still waiting to be found. Story 8. The mailbox stood at the edge of the property, black with gold numbers that had begun to peel at the corners. Number 47. It was the kind of detail most people wouldn't notice, but Detective Morgan Reeves had spent 23 years training her eyes to catch the things others missed. The mailbox was empty, as it had been for weeks now. Yet somehow a bundle of fresh daisies and forget-me-nots lay on the porch of the small blue house, their stems wrapped in damp paper towel, secured with a rubber band, the kind of simple arrangement one might pick up at a corner store. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the overgrown lawn as Morgan made her way up the cracked concrete path. The neighborhood was quiet, just the distant sound of a lawnmower several blocks away and the occasional passing car. This part of Oakwood Hills wasn't known for anything remarkable, just modest homes with reasonable yards, the kind of place where people knew their neighbors by name but respected the invisible boundaries that suburban life created. "I still don't understand," said Ellie Winters, who stood beside Morgan, arms crossed tightly over her chest. She was in her mid-30s, with auburn hair pulled back in a messy ponytail, her face pale with confusion. "I've been talking to Mrs. Abernathy for months. We would have tea every Thursday afternoon. She showed me photos of her grandchildren." Morgan nodded, her expression neutral despite the chill that had settled at the base of her spine. "And you're certain this is the house?" "Of course I'm certain," Ellie replied, a hint of frustration creeping into her voice. "I've been here dozens of times. Last week she gave me her recipe for lemon bars." The detective stepped onto the porch, the wood creaking beneath her weight. The windows of the house were boarded up, the plywood weathered and gray. According to county records, no one named Abernathy had lived at 47 Maple Street for over 9 years. The last owner, a Bernard Hoffman, had died in 2016, and the property had been caught in probate ever since. "Ms. Winters, would you mind waiting here for a moment?" Morgan asked, pulling a pair of latex gloves from her pocket and slipping them on with practiced ease. The padlock on the front door showed signs of rust, but when Morgan touched it, a fine dust came away on her gloved fingertips. Someone had painted over the rust recently. She pulled out her phone and took several photographs, the sound of the shutter unnaturally loud in the quiet afternoon. From the edge of the porch, Ellie's voice trembled slightly. "Something's wrong, isn't it? Michelle said I was confused, that this house has been empty for years, but I know what I saw. I know who I talked to." Morgan didn't answer immediately. Instead, she knelt to examine the flowers. They were fresh, perhaps placed there this morning or late yesterday. The paper towel was still damp. She photographed them as well before carefully lifting the bundle to check underneath. Nothing. "When was the last time you saw Mrs. Abernathy?" Morgan finally asked, straightening up. "Last Thursday," Ellie replied, her eyes darting nervously between the detective and the boarded windows. "Like always, we had tea. She seemed fine, normal." Morgan moved to one of the windows, peering through a small gap where the plywood didn't quite meet the frame. Inside was darkness, but as her eyes adjusted, she could make out the vague shapes of furniture draped with sheets. A house preserved in time, waiting for something or someone. "And you've been coming here for how long?" "Since I moved to the neighborhood in February," Ellie said. "So about 7 months now." She was the first person to welcome me, brought over a coffee cake. The detective made a note in her small notebook, the pen scratching softly against the paper. 7 months of visits to an empty house. 7 months of conversations with a woman who, according to all official records, didn't exist. "Did Mrs. Abernathy ever mention family in the area? Anyone who visited her regularly?" Ellie shook her head. She said her son lived in Arizona. Her husband passed away years ago. She showed me their wedding photo once, black and white from the 50s. Morgan circled the porch slowly, examining every detail. Near the back corner, partially hidden by an overgrown shrub, she found a small pile of cigarette butts. The detective crouched down, using a pen to gently move one of the butts. No filter, hand-rolled, not common these days. She collected several in an evidence bag. "I'd like you to come to the station to make a formal statement," Morgan said, returning to where Ellie stood. "There might be some photographs we could show you." "You think I'm crazy," Ellie whispered, her eyes filling with tears. "But I'm not. She was real. We talked about books in her garden. She had an entire album of pressed flowers from the 1970s. She showed me." The drive to the station was quiet, the silence punctuated only by the occasional directions from the GPS and the soft tapping of Ellie's fingers against her knee. Morgan had been with the Oakwood Hills Police Department long enough to know when something didn't fit, when the edges of a story frayed at the touch. This was one of those cases that made her skin prickle with unease. At the station, she set Ellie up in one of the interview rooms, the nicer one, with the comfortable chairs and the watercolor painting of the local lake on the wall. No need to intimidate her. This wasn't an interrogation, at least not yet. While Ellie sat with a cup of lukewarm coffee, Morgan pulled up the property records again. Bernard Hoffman had purchased the house in 1998. Before that, it had belonged to a family named Carter. She scrolled further back. From 1953 to 1986, the house had been owned by Thomas and Eleanor Abernathy. Eleanor Abernathy. Morgan felt her pulse quicken slightly as she pulled up the death certificate. Eleanor had died in 1986 at the age of 73, heart failure. The certificate listed her occupation as homemaker and noted that she was survived by one son, James, who would now be in his 70s. When Morgan returned to the interview room, she brought a manila folder containing several photographs. "Ms. Winters, I'd like you to look at these and tell me if you recognize anyone." She laid out 5 photographs of women from the same era, all in their 70s, all with similarly styled gray hair. The 4th photo, a driver's license photo from 1985, showed Eleanor Abernathy. Ellie's hand trembled as she pointed to it without hesitation. "That's her. That's Mrs. Abernathy. Why do you have her picture? What's going on?" Morgan sat down slowly, choosing her words carefully. Alina Abernathy lived at 47 Maple Street from 1953 until her death in 1986. The house changed hands several times after that. The color drained from Ellie's face. That's impossible. I just saw her last week. Over the next hour, Morgan gently walked through everything Ellie could remember about her interactions with the woman she knew as Mrs. Abernathy. The recipes they had shared, the stories about a husband who had worked at the local plant before it closed in the 70s, the garden that had once won a neighborhood award. All details that matched the real Alina Abernathy. "I want to check something," Morgan said, stepping out briefly to make a call. James Abernathy was indeed living in Scottsdale, Arizona. He confirmed that his mother had been an avid gardener known for her lemon bars and that she had kept an album of pressed flowers. Details that weren't in any official record, but somehow Ellie knew. When Morgan returned, she found Ellie staring at her hands, tears falling silently onto the table. "Someone has been pretending to be her," Ellie whispered. "But why? Why would anyone do that?" 3 days later, Morgan stood in the gutted interior of 47 Maple Street. The boarding had been removed, revealing rooms that had been stripped to the studs years ago. No furniture, no sheets, no teacups or photo albums or pressed flowers. But behind a loose section of baseboard in what had once been the kitchen, they found it a small, leather-bound diary dating from 1986, the last months of Alina Abernathy's life. The final entry, written in a shaky hand, read simply, "I'm not ready to leave my home, not yet." In the back garden under the spot where Alina's prized roses had once grown, the forensic team uncovered the remains of a young woman, estimated to have been buried there sometime in 2016. Dental records would later identify her as Amy Hoffman, Bernard Hoffman's granddaughter, who had been handling the probate of the house before she mysteriously disappeared. Ellie Winters stopped answering her door after that. Neighbors reported hearing her talking to someone inside her empty house, having animated conversations with no one. The flowers continued to appear on the porch of 47 Maple Street every Thursday morning, even after the property was finally sold and renovations began. Morgan kept Alina's diary in her desk drawer, locked away from the official evidence. Some cases, she had learned over the years, didn't fit neatly into police reports and courtroom testimonies. Some mysteries lingered at the edges of reality, in the spaces between what we know and what we choose to believe. And sometimes, on quiet evenings when the precinct was nearly empty, she would take out the diary and read the final pages again, wondering about the woman who had loved her home so much she couldn't bear to leave it even after death. She wondered, too, about the new owners of 47 Maple Street, and whether they ever heard the gentle clinking of teacups when no one else was there. Story 9, she was washing her face, eyes closed, feeling the cool water on her skin, but when she looked up, her reflection was wrong. The hair was the same, the clothes identical, but the eyes were someone else's. Detective Morgan Reese turned the page of the case file slowly, the paper making a soft whisper against the pad of his thumb. Outside his office window, rain tapped a gentle, uneven rhythm against the glass. The clock on the wall marked 2:17 a.m. with barely audible clicks. The precinct was quiet at this hour, just how he preferred it when reviewing cold cases. The Miriam Webb disappearance had haunted the small town of Lakeshore for 3 years now. 3 winters had come and gone since the 28-year-old accountant had vanished from her apartment, leaving behind a half-empty mug of chamomile tea on her bathroom counter and the water still running in the sink. No signs of struggle, no evidence of forced entry, just a woman there one moment, gone the next. The detective's fingertips brushed over the photograph clipped to the inside of the folder. Miriam's official ID photo showed a woman with chestnut hair that fell just past her shoulders, eyes the color of honey, and a small, almost imperceptible scar above her right eyebrow from a childhood accident. She had a pleasant smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Morgan had stared at this photo so many times that he sometimes saw it when he closed his eyes at night. What made the Webb case particularly unsettling was the statement from Miriam's neighbor, Eleanor Kendrick. Eleanor had been walking her dog the morning after Miriam's disappearance and had glanced up at Miriam's second-floor apartment window. She claimed with absolute certainty that she saw Miriam standing there, watching her. But when police arrived less than 20 minutes later, the apartment was empty. The detective reached for his coffee, now grown cold in the ceramic mug. The bitterness of it lingered on his tongue as he reviewed Eleanor's statement for what must have been the 100th time. It was Miriam, I'm certain of it. Same hair, same blue cardigan she always wore on Sundays, but something was off, the way she was standing maybe, or her expression. I waved, but she didn't wave back, just kept staring. I thought maybe she was upset about something. Morgan set the statement aside and pulled out another document, the interview with Laura Webb, Miriam's sister. Laura had been the last person to speak with Miriam, receiving a phone call from her at approximately 9:30 p.m. the evening before her disappearance. She sounded normal, tired from work, but normal. We talked about meeting for lunch that weekend. She mentioned that she thought someone had been in her apartment while she was at work, said some things weren't where she'd left them. I told her to change her locks, but she said it was probably nothing, that she was just being paranoid. The detective's attention shifted to a small evidence bag containing a single earring found behind Miriam's bathroom door, a delicate silver hoop with a tiny pearl. According to Laura, it didn't belong to Miriam. No fingerprints had been recovered from it. Like everything else in this case, it raised more questions than it answered. Morgan leaned back in his chair, which responded with a low creak. He rubbed his eyes, feeling the weight of sleeplessness settling over him. Yet sleep continued to elude him, just as the truth about Miriam Webb's disappearance had. 2 weeks after Miriam vanished, a security camera at a gas station 50 miles away had captured footage of a woman who resembled her. The image was grainy, the woman's face partially obscured as she pumped gas into a dark sedan with unreadable plates. The station attendant couldn't recall anything unusual about her. The car had never been identified. There was another report 6 months later. A bank teller in a neighboring state thought she'd served Miriam Webb. The woman had Miriam's features, her build, even a similar voice, but she'd presented identification for someone named Catherine Miller. By the time police followed up, Catherine Miller's apartment had been vacated. The landlord described a quiet woman who always paid her rent in cash and left with no notice. Morgan's gaze drifted to a map pinned to his office wall, small red pins marking possible sightings of Miriam Webb over the years. If connected, they formed no discernible pattern, just random points scattered across 4 states. The detective returned to the initial report filed by Miriam's coworker, who had called the police after Miriam failed to show up for an important client meeting. Officers had entered her apartment to find it in perfect order, save for the bathroom, the faucet running, steam still clouding the mirror, a damp towel draped over the edge of the sink, a single wet footprint on the tile floor that matched Miriam's shoe size. What had she seen in that mirror that made her leave? Or had someone been waiting for her, timing their move perfectly? Morgan's attention shifted to a more recent addition to the File A statement taken just 3 months ago from a woman named Rachel Collins, who had moved into Miriam's old apartment last year. I keep having this dream where I'm washing my face, and when I look up into the mirror, someone else is staring back at me. Not my reflection, someone watching me through the glass. A woman with honey-colored eyes. She never speaks, never moves, just watches. It's probably nothing, just my imagination after hearing the stories about this place, but it feels real. The detective had dismissed it initially as the power of suggestion. Rachel had known about the apartment's history when she moved in, but something about her statement resonated with an overlooked detail from Miriam's own sister. Miriam called me about a week before she disappeared. She sounded shaken, said she'd been washing her face before bed, and when she looked up, her reflection was wrong. The eyes, she kept saying, they weren't mine. I told her she was working too hard, that stress can make you see things. I've never forgiven myself for not taking her seriously. Morgan pulled out a small notebook from his breast pocket and made a note to interview the building's previous tenants. Perhaps Miriam wasn't the first to experience the phenomenon. Perhaps the apartment itself held some clue that had been overlooked. The rain outside had stopped, leaving behind a heavy silence broken only by the occasional drip from the eaves. The detective gathered the papers, carefully returning them to the file folder. As he did, a small newspaper clipping fluttered to the floor. He bent to retrieve it, an obituary for the previous owner of Miriam's apartment building, a man named Gerald Hoffman, who had died just 2 months before Miriam's disappearance. The photo showed an elderly man with a stern expression. There was nothing remarkable about him, save for his eyes. They were an unusual shade that appeared almost amber in the blackened white print. The same honey color as Miriam's. Morgan slowly placed the clipping on his desk and reached for his phone. It was too late for calls, but he typed a quick note to himself to check property records in the morning, to look into Gerald Hoffman's history, his family, any complaints filed against him as a landlord. Sometimes the most significant connections were the ones hiding in plain sight, waiting for someone to simply look up and see them for what they were. As the detective finally prepared to leave, switching off his desk lamp and gathering his coat, he caught a glimpse of his own reflection in his office window. For just a moment so brief, he might have imagined it, his tired eyes seemed to shift in color, from their usual deep brown to something lighter, warmer. The color of honey. Detective Morgan Reese blinked, and his reflection was normal again. Just a trick of the light, he told himself. Just the mind playing tricks after too many hours staring at a case with no answers, only echoes. But as he locked his office door behind him, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone else had been looking back at him through the glass. Someone who knew exactly what had happened to Miriam Webb on that quiet Sunday night when she'd looked into her mirror and seen the wrong face staring back. Story 10. The cafe had been his sanctuary for years, a place where time seemed to stand still, where the aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingled with the quiet hum of conversations. He followed the same ritual every day, occupying the same corner table, his presence a familiar yet enigmatic presence to the regulars. The barista recognized his face, his silent nods of greeting, but his name remained a mystery, buried beneath layers of anonymity. Then one day, he simply vanished. When the authorities arrived to investigate his sudden disappearance, they found a wallet left behind on the table he always claimed. Inside, there was a driver's license with a photo that captured his essence, yet no name, no address, just a void where his identity should have resided. Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the enigma, her fingers tracing the cold metal table as she studied the security footage with a mix of fascination and unease. The man, now known as John Doe, appeared ordinary on camera, his features blending seamlessly into the background of the bustling cafe. His actions were mundane routine, ordering his usual black coffee, retreating to his secluded spot by the window, lost in his thoughts. But then the inexplicable happened. He rose from his seat, left his wallet on the table, and walked towards the restroom, never to return. The cameras captured his departure, yet there was no trace of him exiting the cafe. It was as if he had vanished into thin air, leaving behind a void in the fabric of reality. As Mercer delved deeper into the mystery, she unearthed unsettling clues that defied logic. The contents of the wallet revealed no tangible leads, only cryptic symbols and a blankness that mirrored the void of his identity. His presence in the cafe seemed to exist in a realm of its own, detached from the outside world. The notebook he left behind, filled with cryptic codes and mysterious sketches, served as a portal into his enigmatic world. Each page whispered of secrets untold, of dimensions beyond comprehension. The structures he sketched bore no resemblance to anything in the known world, hinting at a reality veiled in shadows. As Mercer delved into the depths of the investigation, she uncovered a peculiar anomaly in the security footage, a flicker in time that hinted at a disturbance in the fabric of reality. Intrigued, she returned to the cafe, drawn to the antique mirror that stood sentinel between worlds. The mirror, with its intricate carvings and mysterious symbols, beckoned to her with a silent promise of revelations. As she touched its surface, a subtle warmth enveloped her, whispering of unseen forces at play. When the mirror was finally removed, a hidden chamber was revealed, filled with identical wallets and a journal that spanned decades. Each entry echoed with the voice of John Doe, weaving a tale of temporal experiments and reality's fragile boundaries. But it was Margaret Keller, a former physicist with a connection to the past, who shed light on the truth behind the enigma. John Doe, or rather Daniel Weston, was a brilliant mind lost to the realms between realities, a soul caught in the throes of an experiment gone awry. The cafe, built upon the ashes of a forgotten laboratory, harbored the echoes of Weston's quest for transcendence. The mirror, a gateway between worlds, bore witness to his final act of defiance against the constraints of existence. As Mercer unraveled the threads of Weston's legacy, strange occurrences plagued the cafe, blurring the lines between illusion and reality. Shadows danced in the windows, whispers of his presence lingered in the air, a testament to a life lived on the fringes of perception. But it was in the shattered remnants of the mirror that the truth lay bare, a final message etched in the familiar handwriting, a warning against delving too deep into the unknown. The case of the man who didn't exist remained a haunting enigma, a tale whispered in hushed tones by those who remembered the cafe's mysterious patron. Mercer, haunted by the specter of Weston's legacy, found solace in the echoes of his words, in the fragments of reality he left behind. And so the cafe closed its doors, a chapter in the city's history lost to the sands of time. Daniel Weston's fate remained a mystery, his essence scattered among the fragments of a shattered mirror. As for Mercer, she retreated into the shadows, her porch illuminated by the flickering light of a candle, her pen scratching furiously against the pages of a notebook filled with echoes of a life unlived. And in the stillness of the night, the mirror's surface rippled, a silent testament to the ephemeral nature of existence. Story 11, the Age Department exuded a sense of history, its walls holding memories long forgotten. The heating system creaked and groaned, the pipes rattled in their own familiar rhythm. It was all part of the building's character, or so she thought until that fateful moment. A voice, soft and distant, drifted through the vents, distinct in its eerie clarity. It wasn't the typical background noise of everyday life. It was a whisper, almost ethereal, calling out to her, beckoning her closer. Intrigued yet unnerved, she leaned in, her ear pressed against the cold metal grate, her heart quickening with each passing second. A sudden rush of icy air brushed against her cheek, and then, almost teasingly, came the words, "I know you're listening." Detective Morgan Shaw found herself standing in the heart of the empty apartment, her gaze fixed on the rusted vent cover that had been forcibly removed from the wall. The forensics team moved with precision around her, capturing every detail with their cameras, the flashes of light illuminating the shadowed corners. The victim, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace, only to be discovered 7 days later when a peculiar odor caught the attention of the building manager. What they uncovered within the ventilation system defied all logic. She claimed to hear voices through the vents, Officer Patel recited from his notes, a furrow forming on his brow. But the building management dismissed her complaints, attributing them to the building's age and its peculiar noises. Kneeling beside the vent, Shaw observed the deep scratches surrounding its edges, evidence of a desperate struggle to break free. The marks told a story of fear and desperation, of someone trapped and fighting to escape, someone who had heard the whispers in the walls. Alina Reeves had been a beloved figure in her community, a kindergarten teacher with a gentle smile and a penchant for nurturing her houseplants. Her sudden disappearance had left a void that her students and loved ones couldn't comprehend. The details that emerged painted a chilling picture: her growing paranoia, her belief that unseen eyes watched her every move, that voices spoke to her through the very vents that now seemed to taunt Shaw. As Shaw delved deeper into Alina's life, she noticed the subtle clues scattered throughout the apartment: the meticulously made bed, the forgotten coffee mug in the sink, the chair positioned beneath the vent as if patiently waiting for a listener. Each piece of the puzzle hinted at a presence that lingered unseen, but undeniably felt. The forensics report revealed startling revelations: fibers from Alina's favorite cardigan trapped in the vent, a foreign fingerprint on the inside of the vent cover, and most unsettling of all, audio recordings from Alina's own phone. Shaw listened in solitude, the rhythmic patter of rain on the car roof providing a haunting backdrop to Alina's trembling voice and the chilling response that followed. The history of the apartment building was shrouded in whispers of its own. Previous tenants had fled, their reasons obscured by fear and discomfort. Tales of strange noises, of hallucinations, of voices that echoed through the walls, all intertwined with the building's past. And at the center of it stood Harold Weber, the unassuming building superintendent with a key to every door. During questioning, Weber remained composed, his demeanor unwavering until Shaw broached the subject of apartment 4. A flicker of unease passed over his features, a fleeting glimpse of a man concealing more than just keys and maintenance duties. His cryptic responses only fueled Shaw's suspicions, leading her down a path of discovery that would unearth dark secrets hidden within the building's very structure. The investigation took a chilling turn when a concealed access panel was found in Alina's bathroom, a passage that led to the hidden recesses of the ventilation system. It was a revelation that sent shivers down Shaw's spine, realizing that someone had been living within the walls, watching, waiting, whispering. A search of Weber's residence yielded a sterile environment, devoid of personal touches, yet his computer held a trove of incriminating evidence. audio recordings, photographs, a digital journal detailing his disturbing obsession with Alina and others who had resided in the building. Shaw's stomach churned as the pieces fell into place, revealing a predator who had preyed on the unsuspecting, weaving a web of deceit and manipulation. Weber's arrest was met with a chilling calmness, his words echoing a twisted reality where the building itself whispered secrets to those who listened. The truth unraveled like a dark tapestry, exposing a pattern of manipulation and control that had thrived within the building's walls for years. As the trial unfolded, Weber's facade cracked, revealing a mind consumed by delusions of symbiosis with the building, a belief that he was merely a vessel for the whispers that echoed through its corridors. But justice prevailed, and Weber's conviction brought a sense of closure, albeit tinged with lingering unease. The once vacant apartment building now stood silent, its walls holding memories of a past best forgotten. Residents came and went, each encountering the strange phenomena that lingered within the building's depths. Whispers in the walls, cold drafts that carried echoes of the past, a reminder that some secrets are never truly buried. The heating system continued its symphony of groans, the pipes rattling in a haunting rhythm that spoke of a history steeped in darkness. To those who listened closely, the building whispered its tales of the past, of voices long silenced but never forgotten, a lullaby of mystery and intrigue that lulled its inhabitants into an uneasy slumber. And so, the legacy of Apartment 4B lived on, a ghostly reminder of the secrets that lay hidden within its walls. Story 12. In a quaint Victorian-style home, a young couple eagerly prepared for the arrival of their first child. The nursery, with its faded blue walls, held a history unknown to them. As the soon-to-be mother painted over the worn blue with a fresh coat of white, a hidden message emerged from beneath the layers, a cryptic warning: "Don't let it hear you." Startled, she noticed tiny handprints imprinted in the wet paint, unnaturally high on the wall. This discovery marked the beginning of what would become known as the Whispering House case, a chilling mystery that would haunt Detective Sarah Klein. The couple had purchased the house at a remarkably low price, unaware of its dark past. Detective Klein arrived at the residence, greeted by the weary, expectant mother, her eyes betraying sleepless nights. The woman recounted finding the message and handprints, mentioning the abrupt departure of the previous owners in the dead of night. The detective explored the historic home, her footsteps echoing against aged floorboards. In the nursery, the ominous message and child-sized handprints remained, a silent testimony to the house's secrets. Delving into the property's history, Detective Klein uncovered a disturbing pattern of short-lived occupants and eerie occurrences reported by families with children. The house's former owner, Alina Blackwood, had run an orphanage on the premises, and records hinted at a tragic past involving missing children. As the investigation progressed, the detective unearthed a sealed room behind the nursery wall, where long-forgotten children's belongings were found. The chilling truth emerged as forensic evidence pointed to the fate of the missing orphans, their remains discovered beneath the house. Further analysis revealed the children's desperate attempts to communicate their plight, their handprints glowing in the darkness under layers of paint. Alina's twisted motives came to light, exposing a dark chapter in the house's history. With the closure of the case and the proper burial of the victims, the house stood silent, its walls holding memories of a tragic past. The nursery was razed, but whispers of children's voices persisted, a haunting echo of the house's dark legacy. Detective Klein's final report documented the eerie events, capturing the lingering presence of the past that no fresh coat of paint could erase. The photograph of the glowing handprints served as a solemn reminder of the enduring impact of the unspeakable crimes that had unfolded within those walls. Story 13, the hotel stood as a relic of forgotten times, its worn facade whispering tales of fleeting visitors and hushed mysteries. A place not meant for lingering, where the past lingered in the shadows. The receptionist passed her the key with a cryptic glance, a silent warning lingering in his eyes. "Just avoid the final door on the left," he murmured, his voice barely above a breath. Intrigue tugged at her senses like a ghostly hand, pulling her towards the forbidden. That night she navigated the dim corridors, the flickering lights casting dancing shadows. Pausing before the ominous door, she felt a chill seep through the handle, a silent warning of the unknown that lay beyond. The door itself offered no clues, blending seamlessly with its companions, but as she pressed her ear against its cold surface, a soft, rhythmic breath whispered from the other side, a presence unseen but undeniably felt. Detective Morgan Reed awoke from her slumber, the remnants of dreams clinging to her mind like cobwebs. Stepping beneath the yellow tape marking the threshold, she was greeted by the metallic tang of blood, a scent that spoke of tragedy and secrets. The room unfolded before her like a macabre tableau, spotless bathroom, untouched bed, and at the center, a life extinguished in violence. A young woman lay motionless on the floor, her golden locks splayed around her like a halo, her vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling in eternal silence. Reed knelt beside the victim, a silent observer in a scene of unspeakable horror. The forensic technician's detached voice pierced the heavy air, detailing the grim familiarity of the crime. 3 similar scenes, 3 lives cut short by an invisible hand. The victim's elegant attire clashed with the sordid setting, a cruel irony in the face of tragedy. It was not a crime of opportunity, but of calculated intent, a predator stalking in the shadows of anonymity. Back at the precinct, Reed pieced together the puzzle, connecting threads of loss and betrayal. The victims, like pieces of a shattered mirror, reflected a fractured truth. The killer's signature loomed over the investigation, a shadow that defied easy explanation. Each detail meticulously catalogued, each clue a whisper in the dark. As the days blurred into one another, the truth slowly emerged from the fog of uncertainty. Elaine Werner's life became a tapestry of hidden desires and forbidden secrets. A clandestine affair, a web of lies carefully woven to conceal the truth. Reed delved deeper, unearthing the buried connections that tied the victims together in tragedy. The breakthrough came in a whispered confession, a name shrouded in deceit: Charles Emerson. A man of influence, a mask of civility concealing a heart blackened by deception. Reed's gaze lingered on him, probing beneath the polished facade for a glimpse of the darkness within. The pieces fell into place with chilling precision, each revelation a step closer to the heart of darkness. Emerson's denials crumbled under the weight of evidence, his carefully constructed lies unraveling like a frayed tapestry. The motel room, the hidden camera, the twisted obsession laid bare for all to see. In the courtroom, the truth echoed like a solemn bell tolling for the condemned. Emerson's facade cracked, revealing the emptiness within, a void that consumed all in its path. The sentence pronounced, justice meted out in the cold light of truth. But for Reed, the case lingered like a ghostly echo, a whisper in the night. The keys to the past locked away, yet their shadows danced in the corners of her mind. Behind each door, a story untold, a mystery waiting to be unraveled. The door on the left, case closed, yet its echoes reverberated in the silence, a reminder that some doors, once opened, could never truly be shut. Story 14. Renovations always bring to light the unexpected. Old relics, forgotten treasures, whispers of the past. But when Sarah and Michael lifted the floorboards in their new Victorian-era home, they stumbled upon a folded letter hidden beneath the wooden slats. The paper, fragile and worn, bore a cryptic warning: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could process the eerie message, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the empty rooms, sending shivers down their spines. Intrigued by the mysterious find, Detective Alina Reed arrived at the scene, her seasoned hands carefully retrieving the note from its hiding place. The couple's anxious expressions told a tale of genuine fear, prompting Reed to delve deeper into the enigmatic history of the house. Sarah and Michael, innocent newlyweds with impeccable backgrounds, had innocently purchased the property at an estate auction, drawn in by its grandeur and allure. Little did they know that their home improvement project would unearth a dark secret that had long been concealed within its walls. As Reed probed into the background of the house, a tangled web of stories began to emerge. The house, previously owned by the Hargrove family, had been witness to decades of secrets and shadows. Margaret Hargrove, the last resident of the home, had lived a solitary life, her passing marking the end of an era. Neighbors spoke fondly of the elderly widow, mentioning her reclusive yet amiable nature. However, the discovery of the ominous note hinted at a deeper, more sinister truth lurking beneath the surface. Forensic analysis of the letter revealed its age, dating back 2 decades. The handwriting bore traces of desperation and fear, leading Reed to believe that Margaret had been living in turmoil during those times. Further investigation into the Hargrove family history uncovered unsettling details about Margaret's late husband, Franklin. Once a respected teacher known for his craftsmanship, Franklin's final years had been clouded by paranoia and whispers of an unseen threat. A breakthrough in the case came when Reed spoke to Margaret's frail sister, who revealed a shocking revelation about a mysterious figure known as the Collector. Franklin's involvement with illegal gambling debts and his refusal to sell the house to settle his dues shed light on the dark shadows that had haunted the Hargrove family. With the help of a forensic team, Reed unearthed a grim discovery hidden beneath the house: a male skeleton identified as Victor Mercer, a notorious loan shark and collector who had disappeared without a trace 20 years prior. The pieces of the puzzle began to fit together as Margaret's diaries, found in the attic, narrated a harrowing tale of fear and sacrifice. The truth, buried beneath layers of deception and silence, finally came to light. Franklin's desperate attempt to protect his family from the clutches of the Collector had led to a tragic confrontation that ended in murder. Margaret, loyal and terrified, had aided in concealing the crime, haunted by the echoes of the past that lingered in the house. As the case concluded, justice was served, albeit belatedly. The remains of Victor Mercer were laid to rest, bringing closure to a chapter of darkness that had plagued the old Victorian home for years. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the secrets buried within the walls, decided to part ways with the house, leaving it abandoned and silent. Local whispers spoke of ghostly echoes that resonated through the empty halls at night, a chilling reminder of the past that refused to fade away. The note, a haunting relic of a bygone era, remained in evidence storage, its cryptic warning echoing through time: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Detective Reed, in her final report, pondered the enigma that still lingered, the unanswered questions that danced on the edge of comprehension. Some mysteries, she mused, are destined to remain unsolved, their secrets buried in the shadows of the past, waiting to be awakened by those bold enough to seek the truth. Story 15. In the quaint Victorian-era home of Michael and Sarah Klein, a hidden mystery awaited discovery. It began innocently enough with a water stain in the master bedroom, leading the couple to peel back layers of wallpaper and uncover a chilling secret. Behind the floral prints and paisley patterns lay a haunting revelation, a name, repeated relentlessly in frantic handwriting across the wall. Eleanor Winters, it whispered, a name unknown to them but filled with an ominous weight. As they delved deeper into the enigma, a digital search unearthed a missing persons case from long ago, linking the name on the wall to a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous owner of the house. Margaret Cavendish, with her silver-streaked dark hair and elegant demeanor, had passed on the property to the unsuspecting couple, unaware of the dark history embedded within its walls. The discovery of Eleanor Winters' name ignited a spark of curiosity that soon grew into an all-consuming obsession for Michael and Sarah. Nights were spent poring over property records, old newspaper articles, and reaching out to previous homeowners in a desperate quest for answers. The renovation of their new home took a backseat as they unraveled the threads of a decades-old mystery. Their investigation led them to a retired detective who recalled the cold case of Eleanor Winters, a young woman who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a perplexing void in her wake. The retired detective's memories stirred echoes of a past investigation, shedding dim light on a case long forgotten by time. Forensic teams descended upon the house, turning it into a crime scene as they meticulously examined the wall where Eleanor's name was etched in haunting repetition. The ink, aged and faded, told a story of its own, one that intertwined the lives of Eleanor, Margaret, and a troubled soul named Rebecca Eldridge. Beneath the floorboards, a hidden cache of identification cards revealed a chilling truth. Margaret Cavendish was a persona crafted by Rebecca Eldridge, a psychiatric patient consumed by a severe dissociative identity disorder. The layers of deception peeled away, exposing a web of lies spun by a fractured mind desperate to maintain control. As the investigation deepened, the line between reality and illusion blurred, unveiling a startling revelation. The handwriting on the wall belonged to Rebecca, not Eleanor. The shattered fragments of her psyche had manifested in ink, a twisted confession of a crime committed in the throes of jealousy and obsession. With each layer uncovered, the truth emerged like a shadow from the past, casting a dark pall over the tranquil facade of the Victorian home. The excavation of the backyard yielded grim evidence, confirming the fate of Eleanor Winters and sealing Rebecca's fate as the perpetrator of a long-buried crime. In a final twist of fate, Rebecca, masquerading as Margaret, was apprehended while attempting to flee justice, her fractured identities collapsing under the weight of undeniable truth. The house, once a symbol of charm and history, became a chilling monument to a crime unsolved for decades, its walls bearing witness to a tragedy born of fractured minds and shattered identities. And as Michael and Sarah watched the scene unfold, a sense of unease lingered in the air, a reminder that sometimes the past has a way of seeping through the cracks, leaving a mark that cannot be erased. The mystery of Eleanor Winters and Rebecca Eldridge had finally found its resolution, but the echoes of their intertwined fates lingered in the whispers of the wind, a haunting lullaby of a story lost in time. Story 16: The Secrets of the Forgotten House. The town held its breath when the whispers of the mysterious house at the edge of the woods drifted through the air. It stood solitary, a relic of the past, its windows shrouded in darkness, its porch weary under the weight of time. No one dared to claim ownership of the forsaken structure. No memory lingered of who had erected its weathered walls. But fate took an unexpected turn when a group of adventurous hikers strayed too near. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld a chilling sight: names carved into the wooden siding, etched deep as if to serve as ominous warnings. At the very bottom of the list, fresh and untouched by the passage of time, was a name that none of them recognized. It hung in the air like a ghostly whisper until, trembling, one of them uttered, "That's mine." As night draped its cloak over the land, a call pierced the silence. The dispatch logged it as a routine trespassing incident. The voice on the other end belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the hikers who had stumbled upon his own name etched into the abandoned house. The responding officers anticipated nothing more than a simple act of mischief, perhaps a jest gone too far among young companions. Little did they know that what awaited them defied all rational explanation. Detective Sarah Keller arrived at the scene as darkness melded with the shadows of the forest. Her flashlight cut through the veil of night, revealing the time-worn facade of the enigmatic structure. 27 names adorned the eastern wall, running like silent sentinels of the past. Some had nearly faded into obscurity, blending with the aged wood, while others retained their sharpness as if freshly carved. And at the very end stood Mason Wright, the carving still carrying the scent of newly sawn timber. "I have never set foot in this place before," Mason declared, his words forming wisps of vapor in the frigid air. "I cannot fathom how anyone could know my name." The investigation commenced with thorough background checks on each of the names etched into the wall. The findings sent a shiver down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual who had vanished without a trace over the past 4 decades. Some cases had grown cold with time, while others remained open, a haunting reminder of unanswered questions. Yet a chilling commonality bound them: all the missing souls had disappeared while wandering the woods alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the nuances of depth, technique, and weathering. The oldest name on the list, Rebecca Hansen, harkened back to a missing persons case from 37 years prior. The records painted a somber picture of a young woman who ventured into the very woods that now held her name, never to return. Search efforts had yielded naught but a solitary hiking boot beside a meandering stream. Detective Keller delved deep into Mason's story, probing for any connection to the haunting names. His account remained unwavering. He professed no ties to the area beyond this fateful hiking expedition with his college comrades. Their choice of trail had been arbitrary, guided by a mere online suggestion. His background bore no thread linking him to the other souls memorialized on the wall outside. The focus of the investigation shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's designated photographer, presented snapshots captured during their trek. Upon scrutinizing the images, analysts discerned a disquieting presence, a blurred figure lurking in the backdrop of 3 distinct photos. The form, reminiscent of a tall, slender man, always lurked partially concealed by the veils of foliage. "We encountered no one else along our path," Emily attested. "Such a figure would have left an indelible mark on our memories." Detective Keller issued a directive to explore the interior of the abandoned abode. Within its desolate confines, dust cloaked every surface, with furniture lying in disarray. Yet in the recesses of the basement, a chilling tableau awaited the officers. The personal effects of the vanished hikers were meticulously arranged on wooden shelves: watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each bearing a name corresponding to those on the exterior wall. The evidence team meticulously catalogued every item, while under the scrutiny of ultraviolet light, haunting traces of bloodstains emerged on the concrete floor, remnants of attempts to erase the past. Although ground-penetrating radar unveiled no clandestine graves beneath the dwelling, the cadaver dogs persistently indicated a spot at the rear of the property where the forest loomed thick and impenetrable. As the intensity of the inquiry escalated, Detective Keller observed a disconcerting shift in Mason Wright's demeanor. He recounted eerie episodes, an unseen whisper on the wind, fresh footprints in the snow leading to his threshold, but vanishing on the return, shadowy figures observing from the darkness of the street. Though the department assigned him a protector, Mason's paranoia burgeoned. A breakthrough materialized when scholars unearthed obscured land records within county archives. The residence had once belonged to a reclusive huntsman named Victor Blackwood. Locals spoke in hushed tones of rare sightings, brief encounters with a towering, emaciated figure who shunned social interactions. Blackwood had evaporated without a trace a decade and a half ago, his vanishing never probed formally. Detective Keller secured a warrant to delve deeper into the encompassing woods. The search party uncovered a network of primitive hunting blinds strategically stationed along well-trodden paths. Within one such blind, a journal lay ensconced, chronicling meticulous observations, insights into hikers, their trajectories, equipment, and behaviors. The script mirrored the scant existing samples of Victor Blackwood's handwriting. The entries evolved into a nightmarish crescendo. What began as strategies for hunting fauna metamorphosed into a sinister pursuit of humans as quarry their idiosyncrasies, vulnerabilities, and the macabre methods employed for their collection. The closing pages delineated elaborate accounts of stalking each victim commemorated on the wall, complete with the twisted rationale behind their selection. The manhunt for Blackwood spanned multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal sensors scoured the canopy, while tactical units methodically combed every crevice and hollow. Yet the elusive suspect remained a specter, eluding capture. Mason Wright ceased all communication. Officers dispatched to his abode encountered an unlocked door and vacant rooms. Upon the bedroom wall, a fresh carving glistened, bearing a single ominous inscription: "The hunter becomes the hunted." Weeks dwindled by fruitlessly in the search for Mason. However, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's estate, forensic specialists unearthed a nightmarish revelation. Concealed behind a false panel in the basement, a minuscule workshop emerged, replete with woodworking implements, jars of preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden piece bearing a new name as yet unmounted on the exterior wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the chief forensic examiner who had scrutinized the abode during the initial investigation. The examiner had called in sick that morning, unreachable by phone. Authorities established an unyielding perimeter of surveillance around the dwelling. Cameras stood vigilant, capturing every approach, while motion sensors stood sentry for intrusions. The trap was set. In the dead of night, sensors sounded an alarm. Surveillance footage captured a figure emerging from the dense undergrowth, unnaturally tall and gaunt, moving with an otherworldly grace. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras faltered momentarily. Upon their recovery, the figure had evaporated into the ether. To this day, the house remains under ceaseless vigil. Mason Wright and the forensic examiner slipped into the shadows, evading all pursuit. The investigation endures as fresh resources are funneled into the inquiry with the emergence of akin vanishings in woodlands afar. The names etched into the wall have morphed into a grim legend among law enforcers. Some officers shun their utterance, while others skirt the case entirely. Local trekkers steer clear of the dwelling, fearing that mere mention may consign their names to that dread roster, the names that none dare speak of. Story 17. The age department had its own peculiarities, pipes that groaned, floorboards that creaked. But the new resident sensed that what she heard was not ordinary. The footsteps, too steady, too deliberate, echoed from above, slow and measured, yet she dwelled on the topmost floor. One night she mustered the courage to tap on the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased, the stillness lingered. Then a solitary knock reverberated from within the ceiling. Sarah Coleman kept the knocking incident to herself. She convinced herself it was merely the building adjusting, or perhaps a small creature that had ventured into the attic space. Even as the footsteps persisted each night, she adapted, raising the volume of her television, donning headphones to sleep, anything to drown out the rhythmic footfalls tracing paths above her in the darkness. Detective Morris learned of the apartment when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. The worker had removed a section of drywall in the hallway outside Sarah's apartment to repair a water leak. Behind it, he uncovered a narrow passage that was not in accordance with the building plans. When he shone his flashlight inside, it revealed a makeshift living area, food wrappers, water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small notebook. The building superintendent promptly contacted the police. Detective Morris arrived with his partner, Detective Rivera, to find the maintenance worker ashen and trembling. "Someone has been residing in the walls," he kept repeating. "Someone has been watching." The notebook contained meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman, her daily routine, her guests, her dinner choices, her TV preferences, her shower timings, her sleep patterns. The handwriting began tidy but grew increasingly erratic toward the final pages, with strange symbols adorning the margins. "The subject no longer heeds my cues," the last entry read. "She has opted to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensics teams combed the crawl space and found fingerprints that matched no database records. They uncovered an intricate network of passages integrated into the walls and ceilings of the building, some dating back decades according to structural analysis. These passages connected to 5 different apartments, culminating in observation points, tiny openings camouflaged as fixtures or minor damages only in Sarah Coleman's residence. The investigative team interviewed current residents, none of whom reported anything out of the ordinary beyond the usual apartment noises. Former tenants shared a different narrative. 3 previous occupants of Sarah's apartment mentioned feeling watched or hearing unexplained sounds. 1 departed after a mere 2 weeks. None disclosed their experiences, fearing they would appear paranoid. The breakthrough in the case came when forensics unearthed minute blood spatter in one of the crawl spaces. DNA testing linked it to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished without a trace 4 years earlier. His family had reported him missing, but the case had gone cold. He had lived in the apartment directly below Sarah's. Detective Morris revisited Martin's disappearance. According to neighbors, Martin had complained about noises from above his apartment. He had confronted the tenant residing above him at the time, a reserved man named Edward who kept to himself. Shortly after, Martin disappeared. Edward vacated the following month, leaving no forwarding address. Investigators traced Edward's rental history and uncovered a pattern. In each case, he had requested top-floor units, established minimal social ties, and eventually departed without notice. A neighbor from his 3rd residence remembered him as intense and recalled his frequent grievances about requiring silence. Property records revealed that Edward had procured remote rural land. Upon reaching the location, they stumbled upon a cabin adorned with photographs and notes. Images of residents from various apartment buildings, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver. Ventilation system maps and structural vulnerabilities highlighted. Detailed journals chronicling observations of the specimens and maintaining the habitat. A corkboard in the heart of the cabin featured newspaper clippings. Missing persons reports, 6 in total, all former apartment residents from buildings where Edward had resided. Deep gouges marred the wooden floor beneath the board as if something heavy had been dragged repeatedly. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs guided investigators to freshly disturbed earth. Excavation unveiled human remains, and then another burial site, and another. As forensic anthropologists undertook the somber task of identifying the victims, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's apartment building. The crawl spaces had been sealed, yet residents occasionally reported noises. Maintenance workers installing new security systems unearthed something tucked into a corner where the ceiling met the wall in the hallway, a small notebook, newer than the previous one discovered. The initial page bore a single line: "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The writing mirrored the prior notebook. The final page displayed a crude sketch of Sarah's apartment layout with a new passage marked in red and a date for that night. Officers hurried to evacuate Sarah, only to find her residence deserted. Her phone rested on the kitchen counter. Her TV remained on. Her shower was running. In the bathroom, the mirror fogged with steam. As it dissipated, a message materialized, etched by a finger on the glass: "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed. The manhunt for Edward persisted. He was identified as Edward Mercer, a former construction worker specializing in renovations. His understanding of building structures enabled him to create his hidden network of observation points and passages. Thermal imaging scans of Sarah's building showed no signs of current habitation within the walls. Sarah Coleman remained missing. Her case was linked to similar disappearances across multiple states. Authorities alerted apartment building managers about unauthorized modifications and concealed spaces. The haunting image for Detective Morris was not the graves, the journals, or even the photos of unsuspecting residents. It was the image of Sarah, night after night, hearing those footsteps above her in an apartment with no upstairs neighbor. The footsteps that ceased when she tapped, and then tapped back. Occasionally at night, alone in his residence, Detective Morris found himself gazing up at his ceiling, listening, waiting, pondering who else might be listening too. Story 18. The attic was a place of discomfort for her, but when the storm wreaked havoc on the roof, she had no choice but to venture up there. A forgotten realm filled with relics draped in dust and cobwebs greeted her. Nestled in the shadows of the attic's farthest corner was an ancient dollhouse, its intricate details sending shivers down her spine. Tiny furniture meticulously arranged, but as she peered closer, a knot formed in her stomach. The figures within were not dolls, they were miniature, hand-carved replicas of her family. Each figure positioned precisely as they sat downstairs, except for one glaring difference. The figure meant to be her stood by the attic door, a silent sentinel in the eerie tableau. Running her finger along the dollhouse roof, Rebecca Morgan felt the imprint where the tiny wooden figure stood, sending a chill through her body unrelated to the draft swirling through the rafters. This dollhouse had no place here. This wasn't her childhood home, but a rental property her family had recently moved into. Distressed, Rebecca reached out to law enforcement, setting off a chain of events that would unravel a chilling mystery. Officers arrived at the suburban residence to find a family in turmoil, huddled in fear, refusing to return upstairs. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially dismissed their concerns as a prank or a product of an unfamiliar environment. "The attention to detail struck me," Detective Harmon later reflected. Each miniature figurine captured a distinct essence of every family member: the father's receding hairline, the son's hoodie, even the mother's small birthmark. The case took a sinister turn when forensic teams uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse belonging to none of the family members. Even more disturbing were the microscopic cameras embedded in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a hidden recording system beneath the dollhouse. Analysis of the Morgan family's movements revealed a troubling revelation. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse didn't just mirror their current evening, it mirrored various days, indicating someone had been observing them long enough to learn their routines. "We realized this was more than just stalking," Detective Harmon explained. The perpetrator displayed an unsettling level of obsession rarely seen in criminal psychology. A hidden basement entrance concealed behind a pantry's false wall emerged during the investigation, revealing a makeshift living space where the intruder had been residing since before the Morgan family's arrival. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag indicated the intruder had been living beneath the unsuspecting family for weeks. The absence of forced entry puzzled investigators further. Property records unveiled that the house had been vacant for nearly a year before the Morgans moved in, following the tragic passing of the elderly owners. Interviews with neighbors provided little insight, except for one elderly woman who sporadically observed lights in the vacant house. "I assumed it was real estate agents showing the property," she told investigators. "I never suspected someone might be living there without authorization." A breakthrough in digital forensics led investigators to an external server receiving data from the surveillance system connected to the miniature cameras. Tracing the IP address brought them to a small apartment across town. Inside, walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and previous occupants unveiled a disturbing truth. Journal entries meticulously chronicled the daily lives of each family member. The chilling revelation was a workshop filled with unfinished dollhouses representing various nearby homes. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the deceased homeowners who accrued mounting debt after his parents' demise. Rather than selling the house, he resorted to living covertly in the hidden space, collecting rent from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse was his command center, elucidated the forensic psychologist on the case. Each figurine symbolized someone he monitored. Rebecca's figure by the attic door wasn't a threat, it was his acknowledgement of her discovery. During interrogation, Wells remained unsettlingly composed, disclosing his rationale. "They dwelt in my house, in my parents' room. I needed to ensure their reverence." When questioned about the positioned figures, he simply stated, "I wanted them to know I was always watching." Psychological evaluation unveiled a convoluted case of possessive delusion. Unable to cope with losing his childhood home, Wells constructed an intricate system to assert dominance over the property and its tenants. The dollhouse became his conduit to possess both the residents and its inhabitants. The Morgan family never returned to the house. Rebecca later recounted that the most haunting moment wasn't discovering the dollhouse, but comprehending its implications. Someone had been observing us all this time, manipulating our lives, treating us as mere playthings. The true horror wasn't the dollhouse itself, it was realizing we were merely pawns in his twisted game. Martin Wells faced multiple charges of stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and breaking and entering. The case sparked a reevaluation of real estate disclosure laws concerning property deaths and agents' responsibility to ensure homes are vacated properly. During sentencing, the judge acknowledged the profound violation endured by the Morgan family. "You didn't just intrude on their home, you violated their sense of security and self-governance. You witnessed their intimate moments and recreated them for your satisfaction." What baffles criminologists about the case is how long Wells might have remained undetected if not for Rebecca's discovery of the dollhouse. Examination of his journals suggested he had covertly inhabited homes for nearly 2 years, crafting dollhouses for each observed family. The Morgan family eventually relocated far away, but Rebecca admitted in her victim impact statement that she still checks closets and crawl spaces habitually. She rid their new home of all dollhouses and miniatures. "Some days I can't shake the feeling of being watched," she confessed. "I wonder if somewhere, someone is still manipulating a miniature version of me in a dollhouse I have yet to uncover." Story 19, the mysterious package arrived without a trace of its origins, no label to guide its journey, no number to track its path. just a simple cardboard box tinged with the morning dew's gentle touch. It wasn't meant for Sarah Miller. The address was correct, but the name was foreign to her world. She should have ignored it, left it untouched on her porch. Yet curiosity, that ever-curious whisper, won the battle within her. Slowly, she peeled back the tape, anticipating mundane contents like books or clothes. But fate had a different story to tell. Nestled inside was a VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note bearing a simple command: watch alone. Sarah held the black plastic cassette in her hands, feeling an unexpected weight, a heaviness that seemed to defy its physical form. Her fingers danced along the worn edges, tracing the imperfections etched into the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore the marks of urgency, of a message delivered with a pressing need. Outside, the suburban symphony played on the distant bark of a dog, the laughter of children, the comforting hum of a lawnmower. Life flowed by, unaware of the enigma that had just crossed Sarah's threshold. Bringing the package inside, she placed it on her kitchen counter, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. The name Daniel Whitaker held no significance in her memory. She had resided in the house for years, never encountering a trace of anyone by that name. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had long departed, leaving behind a legacy of memories. Curiosity mingled with unease as Sarah eyed her dusty VCR, a relic of days past. There was something about the tape, a whisper of mystery concealed within its worn exterior. Against her better judgment, Sarah inserted the tape into the machine. Static danced on the screen, gradually sharpening into focus. A dimly lit room emerged, bathed in the glow of a single lamp. The camera angle was askew, as if hastily placed, revealing a man seated in a wooden chair, his features shrouded in shadows. "My name is Daniel Whitaker." His voice, quiet yet resolute, filled the room. "If you're watching this, someone found you, which means they'll find me too." As he leaned forward, the shadows receded, unveiling a face marked by exhaustion and vigilance, eyes that held the weight of sleepless nights, stubble that spoke of days lost in turmoil. "I didn't do it. I need you to believe me." Daniel's voice quivered with emotion. "They framed me, planted evidence, twisted the truth, but I swear I never laid a hand on her." The camera trembled as he adjusted it, offering glimpses of a barren room, a transient shelter for a man on the run. "They want you to think I'm guilty," Daniel's voice wavered, "but I need you to see the truth. I need you to find the answers." And with those words, the tape faded to static, leaving Sarah with more questions than answers. Detective Eliza Ramirez sat in her office, the identical VHS tape casting a shadow over her desk. 5 tapes, 5 recipients, all linked by the desperate plea of a man accused of a heinous crime. Daniel Whitaker, the prime suspect in Catherine Walsh's murder, had vanished into the shadows, leaving behind a trail of uncertainty. The case, once straightforward, had morphed into a labyrinth of deceit and manipulation. The investigation took an unexpected turn as Ramirez delved deeper into Catherine Walsh's life. A whistleblower against PharmaCorp, a pharmaceutical giant entangled in a web of corruption and deceit. Evidence emerged of tampered DNA, rehearsed testimonies, and corrupted footage, a tapestry of lies carefully woven to ensnare an innocent man. Sarah Miller found herself entwined in the mystery once more when a second package arrived at her doorstep. Documents, secrets hidden in plain sight, revelations that shattered the facade of innocence. As she unraveled the threads of deception, a new truth emerged, one that exposed the dark underbelly of power and greed. With each piece of evidence, Ramirez and Sarah pieced together Whitaker's story, a tale of betrayal and redemption. Inside a storage unit, hidden from prying eyes, they uncovered the damning truth, a conspiracy orchestrated by those meant to uphold justice. Justice, elusive yet unwavering, found its way through the maze of lies. Executives fell, secrets crumbled, and a man once branded a killer emerged from the shadows, his innocence restored. Sarah and Daniel stood face to face, two souls bound by fate, by a tape that bridged the gap between truth and fiction. As the VHS tapes were sealed into evidence, a silent reminder lingered, a testament to the power of curiosity, of looking beyond the surface, of unraveling the mysteries that lie dormant in the shadows. And in that quiet moment, Sarah whispered, "Sometimes the wrong address leads us to the right destination." Story 20: The Enigmatic Reflection. She wiped away the steam on the mirror, gazing at her own reflection. Everything seemed normal at first glance, her face, her attire, but a sense of unease crept over her the longer she looked. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement that didn't belong to her, and when she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, watching. Thus began the perplexing tale of Rebecca Thorne, unfolding in the quiet embrace of her modest apartment nestled in a serene suburban enclave. Known for her meticulous nature and reserved demeanor, Rebecca led a life of routine and precision as a data analyst. Little did anyone suspect that she would soon become the enigma at the heart of a baffling criminal investigation. It all began with subtle disturbances. Objects in her home shifted places, a coffee mug relocated, books rearranged, even her toothbrush out of its usual spot. Initially brushing off these odd occurrences as mere lapses in memory, Rebecca attributed them to her long hours spent poring over spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights. Detective Marion Shaw entered the scene when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of unsettling disruptions, finally reached out to the authorities. The initial assessment leaned towards mental health concerns rather than criminal activity, given the absence of concrete evidence: no broken locks, no missing items, no signs of forced entry. Just a woman plagued by a pervasive sense of wrongness within her own sanctuary. However, the pivotal moment arrived with the eerie incident in the bathroom mirror, recounted by Rebecca in chilling detail during her subsequent interactions with law enforcement. Her reflection appeared to move independently, casting a shadow of surveillance even in solitude. And this time, she had proof: a security camera trained on her front door. The footage revealed a sight that sent shivers through even the most seasoned officers. A doppelganger of Rebecca, identical in appearance and mannerisms, effortlessly entering her abode with a key, while the real Rebecca was miles away at her workplace. The enigmatic figure mimicked her down to the smallest detail, raising alarms of a meticulously orchestrated impersonation. As the investigation delved deeper, fingerprints within Rebecca's residence pointed solely to her, devoid of any foreign DNA traces. Neighbors attested to seeing nothing out of the ordinary, a seamless facade of Rebecca going about her daily routines. Except for Mrs. Keller, who recounted a peculiar encounter with Rebecca that left her unsettled, a silent interaction hinting at a lurking malevolence. Rebecca's journal chronicled a crescendo of disturbances: vanishing food, unauthorized searches on her computer, and unsettling selfies on her phone, capturing a distorted version of herself she couldn't recognize. Each entry painted a picture of a reality slipping beyond her grasp, a narrative spiraling into the realms of psychological terror. The breakthrough emerged when a pattern surfaced in the security footage: the doppelganger's intrusion synchronized with Rebecca's scheduled absences for specific engagements, a meticulously orchestrated infiltration aimed at assuming her identity. A forensic psychologist theorized a fixation case, where the perpetrator fixated on embodying Rebecca's existence, blurring the lines between admiration and obsession. The puzzle pieces aligned when Rebecca mentioned Lily Winters, a former colleague dismissed for erratic behavior tinged with an unsettling fascination with Rebecca's persona. Lily's residence harbored a chilling revelation, a shrine-like replication of Rebecca's life, meticulously documented through clandestine surveillance, a macabre testament to an identity consumed by another. As the net closed around Lily, she vanished into the shadows, leaving behind a cryptic journal hinting at a sinister transformation, a merging of identities with a single victor to emerge. Rebecca sought refuge in protective custody, shielded from the encroaching shadows of her doppelganger's scheme, while law enforcement raced against time to apprehend the elusive Lily. But the final twist unfurled when a security guard reported a surreal sighting at Rebecca's former workplace, a ghostly apparition of Rebecca herself, navigating the familiar corridors with eerie familiarity despite being sequestered in seclusion. The truth dawned: a seamless transition had occurred, with Lily seamlessly slipping into Rebecca's skin as the real Rebecca faded into obscurity. The case remains a haunting enigma, with Lily Winters eluding capture and Rebecca Thorne forging a new identity in the shadows, forever altered by the ordeal. Detective Shaw, haunted by the twin specters of Rebecca and Lily, bears witness to the fragile nature of identity, a precious veneer easily shattered by the insidious desires of a doppelganger. In the quiet hours of introspection, Shaw contemplates the blurred line between self and other, a reminder that identity is not merely a reflection but a fortress to be guarded against those who seek to claim it as their own. And in the depths of the night, the echoes of Rebecca and Lily linger, a haunting testament to the mysteries that dwell within the mirrors of the soul. Story 21. The new homeowners were intrigued by the old intercom system that crackled late at night, dismissing it as a quirky relic from the past. The system, long forgotten and rewired, had a mysterious charm that captured their fascination. One fateful night, the husband, driven by curiosity, pressed the button. A soft whisper crackled through the speaker, sending a shiver down his spine. "Why did you come back?" The words hung in the air, unsettling and unexpected. His hands trembled as he recoiled. His wife, standing behind him, denied speaking those words, adding to the eerie atmosphere that enveloped them. The Victorian manor, nestled amidst ancient oak trees, exuded an air of tranquility that belied its hidden secrets. Daniel and Meredith Parker, the new owners, had been drawn to the property by its blend of historical charm and modern renovations. Despite the real estate agent's unease during the tour, the Parkers felt a strange connection to the house, especially with its unique intercom system that linked all the rooms, allowing whispers to travel through its aged wires. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the property in her unmarked vehicle, the gravel crunching beneath the tires as she sensed there was more to the reported break-in than met the eye. Daniel met her at the door, his pallor hinting at the unsettling events that had unfolded. Leading Detective Reeves through the grand foyer, he recounted the strange occurrences with the intercom, from static to whispers that evolved into coherent sentences, confirming his fears were not merely imagined. In the living room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique sofa, her hands tightly gripping a mug of untouched tea. Without preamble, she revealed the discovery behind a wall and expansion project that led to a hidden compartment containing a deteriorating journal. The pages, fragile and aged, bore the elegant yet frantic script of Alina, the journal's previous owner. Her words hinted at a growing fear of her husband, Vincent, and a sense of impending danger that culminated in a final entry 30 years prior. The investigation uncovered the dark history of Vincent and Alina Blackwood, former owners of the house. Vincent had sold the property after Aliner's disappearance, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. As the team delved deeper, ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the garden shed, leading to the discovery of human remains, a woman in her 40s, her skull showing signs of violence. A wedding band inscribed with "To Aliner, my eternal love," sealed the tragic fate of the long-silenced woman. Vincent Blackwood, now elderly and residing in a care facility, confessed to the crime with a chilling calmness that sent shivers down Detective Reeves' spine. His twisted tale of silencing Aliner's constant presence through deception and murder painted a chilling picture of decades-long deception. Vincent's guilty plea in court exposed the calculated nature of his crime, earning him a swift conviction and sentencing. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the house's grim history, eventually sold the property after a thoughtful memorial for Aliner in the restored garden. The intercom system, a relic that had harbored dark secrets, was removed during renovations by the new owners, who dismissed the whispers and static as mere interference. As Detective Reeves closed the Blackwood case file, she pondered the house's eerie ability to unveil its long-buried truth. The justice system had finally caught up with Vincent, thanks to Aliner's silent plea for justice. The house, known among locals as the house that answered back, seemed to whisper its secrets to those who listened. On her drives past the property, Detective Reeves would slow down, the window cracked open, as if listening for echoes of the past carried on the gentle breeze. Story 22. In the attic beneath a worn blanket, they discovered it. A porcelain doll, ancient and fragile, with eyes of painted blue that seemed to gaze endlessly. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, had never laid eyes on it before. They brushed it off as just another forgotten relic. But that night a strange unease settled in as they drifted off to sleep. The air grew heavy, the silence stretched thin. And when morning dawned, the doll had vanished from the attic, only to reappear at the foot of their bed. The Victorian house they had purchased at auction beckoned them with its intricate woodwork and enigmatic allure, despite whispers of a troubled past. Little did they know, Sarah and Michael would soon be entwined in its dark legacy. Detective Rachel Winters, on a crisp autumn morning, received the call that would plunge her into a mystery shrouded in shadows. In the master bedroom, a female victim lay in a contorted pose, eyes wide with terror. Her companion, the male victim, was found in the hallway as if fleeing. The scene was pristine, no signs of forced entry, no traces of a struggle beyond those final moments. Deliberate positioning, Detective Winters murmured, her voice barely a whisper as she catalogued the eerie tableau. The investigation unfolded with interviews of neighbors, each account adding layers of disquiet to the enigma. Microscopic fibers, reminiscent of antique doll clothing, were discovered throughout the house, concentrated near the victims and the attic. Absent were any prints, DNA, or footprints of an intruder, a spectral presence haunting the crime scene. The history of the property unveiled a chilling pattern: previous owners meeting mysterious fates, their deaths steeped in inexplicable circumstances. Detective Winters unearthed a faded newspaper clipping linking the tragedies to a doll maker and his daughter, whose demise bore the mark of the uncanny. As she delved deeper, a thread emerged connecting the victims, a shared inclination to alter the attic space. Old photographs revealed the dollmaker's creations, one doll mirroring the sinister figure found by Sarah and Michael. Infrared scans unveiled hidden handprints, a spectral trail from attic to bedroom, accompanied by an enigmatic residue defying classification. A revelation from a distant relative of the dollmaker hinted at dark rituals, binding spirits to inanimate forms to bestow them with a macabre vitality. The case defied logic, slipping beyond the grasp of conventional understanding. Detective Winters, left with more questions than answers, safeguarded the doll as a chilling relic. But the night veiled secrets darker still. Her office breached, the doll gone, and her memory clouded by a spectral haze. The house changed hands once more, its haunted legacy driving away all but the bravest souls. The attic lay barren, save for a solitary blanket, a silent witness to the mysteries that lingered. The doll remained elusive, a phantom of porcelain and shadow. Sarah and Michael joined the ranks of the unsolved, their tale whispered in hushed tones across the precinct. Detective Winters, her career cut short, safeguarded a forbidden truth, a photograph locked away in a vault of secrets. The new owners, heedless of the past, left the attic undisturbed. Yet on nights cloaked in silence, whispers echoed through the neighborhood, a fleeting shadow, a child's laughter carried on the wind. The doll, a specter of the past, lingered unseen, a haunting reminder of the mysteries that dwell in the shadows of memory. Story 23. The apartment lay silent and empty for months, its rooms shrouded in a thick layer of dust and forgotten memories. When the new tenants arrived, their expectations were low, perhaps a few abandoned pieces of furniture, a lingering sense of neglect. Yet there was one door that stood defiantly closed, refusing to yield to their curiosity. It was a closet, its secrets locked away from prying eyes. After much effort, the landlord managed to force the stubborn door open, revealing a sight that sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. The walls of the closet were marred with deep, jagged scratches, etched into the wood with a frantic urgency. And in the corner, nestled amidst the shadows, lay an old flip phone, its screen still faintly glowing with an unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the unexplained, felt a chill run down her spine as she surveyed the scene before her. It wasn't the sight of blood or violence that unnerved her, but the haunting realization of what those desperate scratch marks represented: a struggle for freedom, a battle against unseen forces. "We need forensics here immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently documented the eerie tableau before them, "and gather all the records of the previous tenants." The message on the forgotten phone simply stated, "I know what you did." The landlord, a jittery man with sweaty palms and evasive eyes, spoke of the previous tenant, a young woman who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent and a lingering sense of unease. Quiet, kept to herself. "No trouble," he muttered, his gaze skittering away from the closet as if afraid of what lurked within. As the investigation unfolded, forensic analysis revealed a disturbing truth hidden within the scratches on the walls. The majority of the blood samples matched a single individual, Emma Caldwell, a young woman reported missing after abruptly disappearing from her daily life. But there were two other DNA profiles discovered, one unidentified, the other belonging to a man who had supposedly perished in a tragic accident years prior. "This can't be right," Shaw murmured, her brow furrowed in perplexity as she studied the perplexing evidence before her. Derek Mercer, a man believed to be dead, had left his genetic imprint on the walls of the closet where Emma had been held captive. The pieces of the puzzle began to align as Shaw delved deeper into Emma's life before her disappearance. Unanswered phone calls, cryptic messages, and a mysterious new boyfriend described only as intense and private painted a portrait of a life veiled in shadows and secrets. Surveillance footage captured a fateful night when Emma returned home, followed by a shadowy figure whose identity remained obscured. The revelation of Derek Mercer's fingerprints on the closet doorknob provided a breakthrough in the case, leading Shaw to a chilling realization: Emma, was not the only victim of Mercer's sinister game. As the threads of the investigation unraveled, a connection emerged between Emma's disappearance and another unsolved case, that of Lynette Porter, a woman who had vanished without a trace years earlier. Shaw's relentless pursuit of the truth unveiled a web of deception and cruelty woven by a man consumed by a twisted desire for control. The trail of evidence led the investigators to a secluded property owned by Mercer's family, where a harrowing discovery awaited them. Behind locked doors in the depths of the basement, they found Lynette Porter, emaciated and traumatized, her eyes empty of all but the horrors she had endured. "He made me watch," Lynette whispered, her voice a ghostly echo of the terror she had witnessed. "He wanted me to see what happens to those who defy him." The pieces of the puzzle fell into place as incriminating evidence surfaced: journals filled with Mercer's dark obsessions, photographs of his victims, and chilling video recordings capturing the moments of their captivity. A manhunt ensued, spanning across jurisdictions as authorities raced to apprehend a predator whose thirst for suffering knew no bounds. When Mercer was finally captured, his demeanor remained eerily composed, his words dripping with a cold detachment that sent shivers down the spines of all who heard them. "She sent that message to herself," he declared, his gaze unwavering. "She wanted to be found, but she was beyond redemption." The trial that followed exposed Mercer's elaborate scheme to evade justice, his meticulous planning to erase his past and reinvent himself as a phantom of the night. The jury's swift verdict brought a semblance of closure, yet the absence of Emma's remains left a haunting void in the hearts of those who sought justice for her. As the judge pronounced a sentence of life without parole, Mercer's inscrutable smile hinted at a private satisfaction known only to him. And in that moment of reckoning, Lynette Porter found her voice, a beacon of resilience in the face of darkness. "He locked us in cages of his own making," she declared, her gaze unwavering. "But while he rots in his prison, I will walk in the light." The case left an indelible mark on Detective Shaw, shaping her approach to missing persons investigations and reminding her of the silent battles fought in the shadows. The closet door from Emma's apartment, a symbol of survival against all odds, now hung in her office, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unspeakable horrors. Story 24. The river flowed lazily that morning, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the sky above. The fisherman, lost in his thoughts, nearly missed the sight of a lone suitcase bobbing near the shore. Approaching it, he initially mistook it for a pile of discarded clothes, but a pungent odor soon reached his nostrils, thick, suffocating, impossible to ignore. The case was bound in chains, its corners corroded by time and exposure. When authorities forced it open, they were met not by garments, but by a haunting discovery: a tangle of hair, fingers frozen in a macabre grip, and at the very bottom, a chilling note that whispered, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, a handkerchief pressed to her face to ward off the putrid smell. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s with dark locks and now pallid skin marked by water, lay still as the medical examiner meticulously documented every detail before her body was taken away. What struck Mercer most profoundly was not the brutal disposal of the victim, but the eerie attention paid to her appearance: manicured nails, freshly styled hair, clad in luxurious attire. "She wasn't discarded here," Mercer mused, gazing out at the tranquil waters lapping against the muddy shore. "She was arranged, presented." The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her dealings in high-end properties. Divorced, childless, she resided alone in an affluent neighborhood. Colleagues described her as driven, thorough, and enigmatic. Her disappearance had been reported by her assistant upon her absence at a crucial showing for affluent clients. She would never miss such an appointment, the assistant insisted, her voice unwavering. That sale would have been her crowning achievement. As investigators delved into Walsh's sleek, minimalist abode, they found everything in immaculate order, almost unnaturally so. Designer furniture meticulously arranged, not a speck of dust to be found. The refrigerator stocked with neatly labeled, prepped meals for each day. Wardrobe meticulously color-coordinated, shoes stored in protective sheaths. The sole anomaly lay in her home office, a slightly ajar drawer revealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry read, "He's watching again." The same car, different plates. A digital exploration of Walsh's email unveiled a peculiar pattern, numerous messages from unfamiliar addresses, all bearing the same ominous phrase, "I see your perfection," sent consistently at the exact time across various days. Her internet searches divulged a quest for home security systems and self-defense gadgets. Mercer pieced together these cryptic clues with the meticulous staging of the crime scene. "Our perpetrator is calculated," she informed her colleague. "This was not a crime of passion. This was a ritual." The breakthrough arose unexpectedly from a local pawnshop proprietor who recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among the pawned items. The culprit was identified as Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker. Surveillance footage revealed Linden's recurrent visits to Walsh's building over months, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times surreptitiously, always during periods when she was occupied with property showings. Upon searching Linden's modest dwelling, detectives uncovered a macabre collection, walls plastered with images of Walsh and other women, all bearing a striking resemblance, all captured without their awareness. Some portraits were defaced with red slashes. Walsh was the third victim. Concealed behind a false wall in his closet lay a shrine, personal effects of each victim meticulously arranged. A hairbrush with strands, tissues imprinted with lipstick, receipts, keys. Accompanying each assemblage was a small journal recording daily routines, preferences, quirks. The interrogation room turned frigid as Linden was brought in. Despite his composed demeanor and unassuming appearance, he remained unperturbed when confronted with the damning evidence. "They were flawed," he finally murmured, devoid of emotion. "They projected perfection, but I saw through the facade." Catherine left her desk drawer in disarray. She missed a patch when applying lipstick. Her perfection was a facade. The quest for the two victims referenced in his ominous note led investigators to remote locations where two more suitcases were retrieved. Both contained women akin to Walsh, both real estate agents who prided themselves on their meticulous attention to detail. During the trial, Linden sat impassive, his countenance inscrutable as prosecutors delineated his heinous modus operandi. He had shadowed each woman for months, assimilating their routines, infiltrating their residences, studying their lives. Before extinguishing their existence, he endeavored to correct what he deemed as their imperfections, washing and styling their hair, applying makeup with precision, dressing them in finery. The victims' families observed in silence as the judge pronounced a life sentence without the possibility of parole. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially sealed, yet enigmatic queries lingered. What had triggered Linden's fixation on these particular women? What personal flaws was he attempting to expunge through his atrocities? The river meandered onward, its waters gradually erasing all traces of the sinister events. Nevertheless, on Mercer's desk in the precinct lay copies of those haunting journals, a stark reminder that behind veneers of normalcy, shadows may lurk. And sometimes the most perilous predators are those concealed in plain sight, observing, waiting for a solitary blemish to rupture the facade. Story 25. The old Polaroid held a forgotten memory, a snapshot frozen in time from a distant birthday. Faces beamed with joy, candles flickering innocently, nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. Yet when the daughter inherited the box of aged photographs, she noticed it. A figure lurking in the background, just beyond the group. A man shrouded in shadows, lingering on the fringes of the candlelight. He was not a part of the family. No recollection existed of his presence. And yet with each photo he drew nearer. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the collection while clearing out her late mother's attic. Within a simple cardboard box labeled Memories lay a treasure trove of faded snapshots capturing moments of family gatherings from her childhood. What should have brought solace and nostalgia soon transformed into the inception of a haunting tale. In the initial photo, he was a mere whisper, a silhouette at the periphery during her 7th birthday celebration. The dark specter lingered near the glass door, his visage obscured, observing. In the subsequent photo, taken moments later, he had crept inside. By the 3rd picture, he loomed behind her uncle, unnoticed by all captured in the frame. Trembling, Sarah phoned her father, seeking answers. "Dad, who is this mysterious man haunting these pictures?" A pregnant silence followed by a sharp inhale. What man? No one besides family should be there. Digital copies of the Polaroids were swiftly dispatched to her father. Upon viewing them, he phoned back, his voice tinged with unease. "This can't be. We would have noticed an outsider." Detective Marcus Reed attentively listened as Sarah spread out the photographs on his desk at the precinct. Rain pattered against the windows, casting dancing shadows over the evidence. The detective's aged hands methodically traversed from one photo to the next, his gaze narrowing. "And no one recognized this individual?" he inquired, his voice a blend of neutrality and intrigue. "No one," Sarah affirmed, but observed the progression. Aligning the photos in sequence, she unveiled the eerie journey of the mysterious figure. The detective leaned in, the metal chair protesting under his weight. What initially seemed like paranoia now materialized before his eyes. The shadowy figure traversed the party, step by step, inching closer to the unsuspecting children. In the final image, he stood ominously behind Sarah's youthful self, a pallid hand outstretched towards her shoulder, just beyond the frame. "The photographer," Reed hypothesized, though doubt tinged his tone. "My mother captured all these." She set the timer and joined the group. Copies were made, a case file opened. Within days, every living attendee of the party was contacted. None recognized the man. No outsiders were hired. No neighbors visited. The property was secluded, a rural rental chosen for its seclusion. Facial recognition software faltered. The figure remained strategically obscured, as if cognizant of the camera's gaze. Yet his posture exuded a practiced, deliberate air. The investigation might have stalled had Sarah not unearthed additional photos in other family albums. Diverse gatherings, various years. The same enigmatic figure perpetually in the background, always unnoticed in the moment. A tech specialist enhanced the images, unveiling hidden details, a scar on the wrist, a distinctive ring, a faint reflection in a window revealing facial features previously obscured. A breakthrough emerged from dental records. The teeth visible in an enhanced image matched those of Robert Keller, a maintenance worker who vanished after being linked to 3 child abductions in the region. Cold cases from decades past. Cases coinciding with the events captured in the photos. Keller had been employed by the company that maintained the vacation property hosting Sarah's celebration. He possessed master keys to numerous rental properties in the vicinity, properties where families congregated, properties whence children later disappeared. When authorities probed the grounds of Keller's former residence, they unearthed small items beneath the concrete. A hair clip akin to one worn by a missing girl, a toy car belonging to a vanished boy, a bracelet Sarah recognized as her own memento she presumed lost in childhood. Alone in her apartment, enveloped by the photos that unveiled concealed horrors, Sarah received a call from the detective. Remains had been identified near one of the vacation properties. DNA confirmed the identity of a child long missing. Gazing at the final birthday photo, the warm glow of the candles illuminating the frozen smiles of her family, Sarah's younger self stood with the ominous figure lurking behind, concealed in shadow yet undeniably present, watching, patient, calculating. Invisible to all amidst the joyous moment. The revelation connected unresolved cases spanning decades. Families received closure, albeit not the solace they sought. The shadow in the family photos had stepped into the realm of justice, his presence acknowledged after years of cloaked existence. Sarah gathered the photos, returning them to the box. They were now evidence. A testimony that sometimes the most perilous threats are those captured on film, invisible to the naked eye, ethereal figures navigating celebrations unseen, leaving naught but a faint trace of their passage through time's frozen moments. Story 26. It appeared in her mailbox, nestled within a plain envelope devoid of any sender's address. A solitary brass key, weathered by the passage of time. The homeowner, Sarah Miller, couldn't place where she had seen it before, yet a strange sense of familiarity lingered as she held it in her hand. Testing it in every lock she possessed, the key refused to turn. None of them were meant for it. Puzzled, she set it down on her coffee table, and in that moment, the old grandfather clock standing in the hallway emitted a solitary, haunting chime, despite its inner workings having long fallen silent. Perplexed by this inexplicable occurrence, Sarah contacted the authorities to report the mysterious key that had found its way into her possession. What initially seemed like a mere oddity swiftly unfolded into a harrowing criminal inquiry that shook the foundations of the tranquil suburban neighborhood where she resided. The responding officer, initially dismissive, suggested the key's arrival could have been a simple mistake. However, Sarah's unease persisted, a feeling deep within her core that whispered of something amiss. Reluctantly, the officer accepted the key as evidence, placing it in a small evidence bag that would later become a linchpin in an expansive investigation. Enter Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator from the Special Victims Unit, who had a knack for discerning cases that transcended their innocuous beginnings. The brass key sat on his desk, unassuming yet radiating an eerie aura. Delving into Sarah's background revealed no criminal past. She was a retired high school English teacher, a widow with grown children living afar. Her financial records, phone logs, and online presence bore no traces of suspicion. She appeared exactly as she professed, an unwitting recipient of a cryptic object. Forensic analysis unveiled only Sarah's fingerprints on the key, with the envelope yielding no clues beyond a generic postmark from a regional distribution center. No DNA, no tangible evidence to grasp. The key itself, a standard Schlage, weathered and aged, appeared unremarkable at first glance. A breakthrough emerged when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique bidding pattern through the department database, unearthing a connection to a cold case from 7 years past. This case linked the key to a storage unit harboring chilling remnants, a stained carpet, tools of cutting, and images of unidentified women in distress. The original investigation had hit a dead end, lacking the evidence to unmask a perpetrator. Harmon pored over the dusty case files left behind by a retired detective. The storage unit had been rented under a false identity, paid in cash with surveillance footage long overwritten. The collected evidence yielded partial DNA profiles, yet no matches in criminal databases. The recovered photographs depicted 5 women, 3 identified but never found, their disappearances classified as suspected homicides. Sarah, when shown the images, recognized none of the faces. As the investigation unfurled, Sarah's anxiety mounted, prompting her to fortify her home with additional security measures. The lingering question loomed: why had someone dispatched this key to her? Harmon ordered a fresh analysis of the evidence, resulting in a distant familial match from the expanded DNA sample. Tracing the familial threads backward led investigators to Harold Jenkins, a former neighbor of Sarah's who had vanished 6 years prior. An enigmatic figure, Jenkins had worked as a substitute teacher at the school where Sarah taught, their paths crossing tangentially. Jenkins' past revealed a patchwork of employment gaps, frequent relocations, and an evasive trail. Neighbors painted a portrait of a nondescript man, solitary and unassuming, a facade often worn by predators in plain sight. The central enigma persisted: why select Sarah as the recipient of the key? Harmon postulated various motives: a memento, a warning, a macabre invitation. The hunt for Jenkins intensified, unveiling a chilling discovery at a remote cabin linked to his deceased mother. Beneath the cabin's floorboards lay a hidden chamber accessible through a concealed trapdoor. Inside, meticulously arrayed shelves bore rows of identical brass keys, each tagged with a name and date. 5 keys matched the women in the photographs, while 27 others hinted at additional victims unknown to law enforcement. Buried nearby, forensic excavations unearthed human remains, shrouded in the silence of the wilderness. As the manhunt for Jenkins expanded nationwide, the press christened him the Keymaster, a moniker that reverberated across headlines. Fear gripped the community as the revelation of such malevolence lurking in their midst shattered their peace. A wildlife photographer's snapshot, capturing a figure resembling Jenkins in the wild, spurred a massive search operation. Jenkins, cornered, chose to evade capture, retreating to a desolate fire tower where he met his end by his own hand. Beside his lifeless form lay a journal chronicling his atrocities, alongside a brass key identical to the one Sarah had received. Further evidence, meticulously preserved, painted a macabre tableau of a decade-long reign of terror. 32 victims, their fates sealed by Jenkins' malevolence, were finally brought to light. Families long haunted by uncertainty found closure amidst the anguish of confirmed loss. Sarah, forever altered by the proximity of horror to her everyday existence, never returned to her former abode, haunted by the knowledge that Jenkins had been watching, waiting for her reaction to his sinister gift. The grandfather clock, which had once mysteriously chimed, concealed a hidden wireless receiver, a chilling revelation of Jenkins' voyeuristic vigilance. The case stands as a chilling testament to the insidious nature of malevolence camouflaged in normalcy. Psychological experts pore over Jenkins' writings, seeking insights to identify potential offenders before their deeds unfold. And in a somber evidence locker, a collection of brass keys rests silently, each one a grim reminder of lives snuffed out, a testament to the darkness that lurks behind unassuming masks. Story 27. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of dust and clutter in the attic, a relic of bygone days left behind by the house's former inhabitants. Within its weathered confines were a collection of faded Polaroids, snapshots frozen in time, birthdays, family gatherings, a glimpse into the past, innocent and ordinary. But as she reached the final photo, a sense of unease began to stir within her. The image captured her very own living room, the familiar couch, the drapes she had chosen. Yet the family portrayed in the picture was not hers, and in the background, barely discernible in the shadows, a figure loomed, a man, silently watching. Rebecca felt a shiver travel down her spine as she scrutinized the photograph. Her fingers quivered slightly, causing the edges of the Polaroid to tremble. The family in the picture, a woman with golden hair, a bespectacled man, and two children, smiled at the camera, oblivious to the presence lurking just beyond their sight, their joyous faces frozen in time, while a sense of peril hovered close by. Descending the creaking wooden staircase, Rebecca felt the weight of the house pressing in on her, the emptiness amplified by the mystery of the photograph. Placing it on the kitchen counter, she gazed intently under the harsh glare of the fluorescent light. The resemblance was uncanny, the familiar archway, the ornate moldings, the bay window that welcomed the morning sun. This was her home, yet the people captured in the photo remained strangers. Detective Morgan arrived, clad in a worn leather jacket that whispered of past investigations. His eyes, deep and perceptive, swept over the photograph with a practiced gaze. Running a gloved finger along the edge of the Polaroid, he turned it over to reveal the blank back. "What do you know about the Nelsons, the previous owners of this house?" His voice rumbled low. Rebecca confessed, "Very little. They had already moved out when I bought the house through a realtor." Morgan nodded, his expression inscrutable. "May I take this? Our team might be able to identify the family in the photo." The investigation commenced quietly, unfolding like a hidden tapestry of secrets. Rebecca delved into the history of the house's former residents. The Nelsons had acquired the property from the Crawfords, who had abruptly departed after 7 years. Prior to them, the Mornos had called the house their own for nearly a decade. Detective Morgan painstakingly traced back through time, unearthing clues from property records, interviewing past neighbors, constructing a timeline of occupants. A breakthrough emerged unexpectedly. A retired mail carrier identified the family in the photo without hesitation. "The Sutherlands," he stated definitively. "They resided in that house for just a year before vanishing without a trace. Mail piled up, and then one day they were simply gone." The Sutherland family had disappeared into thin air. 4 souls vanished, no forwarding address, no sign of relocation for the children's schooling, their cars abandoned, their bank accounts untouched, as if they had slipped from existence without a ripple. Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid to around 15 years past. The technician pointed out subtle details in the image, the dance of dust motes in the air, the eerie stillness of the subjects. "This was taken with a timer," she explained. "Notice how they are all perfectly posed. Someone set the camera and hurried into position." But if the Sutherlands had orchestrated the photograph themselves, who was the spectral figure in the hallway? Advanced imaging unveiled more about the shadowy presence. Tall, masculine, clad in dark attire, his countenance obscured, yet his stance exuded a watchful intensity. He stood motionless, as if he belonged there, as if he held dominion over that space. Detective Morgan discerned a pattern. Prior to the Sutherlands, a family had resided in the house for precisely 1 year before vanishing, and before them another. 5 families over 5 years, all swallowed by the shadows of inexplicable disappearance, always after a year of residency. Rebecca had dwelled in the house for 4 months. The investigation unearthed ancient building records, shedding light on the house's enigmatic origins. Constructed by a renowned architect with an impeccable reputation, the project's overseer had vanished near completion. In his stead, a man named Samuel Whitfield had assumed control, finishing the task. Police archives held a single photograph of Whitfield, a tall, gaunt figure with piercing eyes. When digitally aged and juxtaposed with the figure in the Polaroid, the resemblance was striking. Yet Samuel Whitfield's demise had been reported as a tragedy at a different construction site. His body never recovered from the ruins. The focus shifted to the basement. Ground-penetrating radar hinted at anomalies beneath the solid floor, discrepancies in density that defied explanation. As jackhammers tore through the surface, a pungent odor assailed their senses. Beneath layers of concrete and earth, they uncovered them. Not just the Sutherlands, all of them. Every missing family, preserved in the chill, dry earth. Among their possessions lay a camera, the very camera that had captured the addict's enigmatic photograph. And scores more pictures, each depicting a distinct family, smiling, oblivious to the figure looming in the shadows. The house was cordoned off as a crime scene. Rebecca would never return. As investigators cataloged evidence, they stumbled upon a secret crawlspace concealed behind a false wall in the attic. Within lay a small cot, photography gear, and a journal brimming with meticulous observations on the house's inhabitants. The final entry, dated just days prior, read, "The new arrival is unlike the rest. She has discovered my photograph too soon. My plans must accelerate." Under police protection, Rebecca relocated to a hotel, seeking refuge from the encroaching darkness. In the dead of night, her phone rang, jolting her from fitful slumber. Answering, she was met with only the sound of breathing, then a click, followed by the mechanical whir of a Polaroid camera printing a photo. The investigation lingers on, casting shadows over the empty house, its windows shrouded in darkness, its mysteries veiled. Samuel Whitfield remains elusive, his existence a riddle. Some speculate his demise long past, while others insist he merely shifted to a new locale, adopting a new identity, occupying a new dwelling. And somewhere in a dim room, photographs are materializing new families, new homes, new watchers concealed in the shadows. The only certainty is that those who pursue the truth about the man in the photograph now find themselves under scrutiny.